Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a TTRPG podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and GM, and with me are Rowan, our late party Mark, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everybody doing? Ignoring everything about the OGL today.
Absolutely spiffing. Thank you very much indeed.
We're ignoring anything about the OGL because we've just spent time talking about it before we started, not because we agree with Wizards of the Coast business practices.
If you want to hear our grievances, go onto the Twitch VOD.
It's not going to be in the YouTube VOD.
So Purdy is not here because she is just finishing going through all of the hate mail that she got for writing Wizards of the Coast's response.
I have to say that it's a joke, but that was so a joke.
Good stuff.
Oh, good lord. Yeah, Purdy's gonna be a little bit late.
Can you imagine being the person given the task of writing that?
It was definitely a lawyer thinking they were clever rather than a PR person.
Yeah.
We're not talking about that now. Okay, so I do have an intro, of course, which should go over things that have been happening in the past few. It's been quite a while since we played.
It's been a month.
I
Looked at my notes. It's been a month and 4 days.
It's
It's
been a
been
month
more
and
than that
4
for me.
days since we did this one. That
I
is-
missed the last one, so it's been a
Longer for you.
couple of months probably.
A month and a half,
Well-
I think.
Yeah,
We have much to do and things to start.
and less time to do it.
And as soon as this intro comes to an end, we'll go on to the nice little. I still call them recaps, but they're not really anymore. I need to find a new name for them.
Hmm.
The thing.
Yeah, who knows?
Intro.
I have
That word
Oh, yeah.
could be copyrighted.
It's the
mean-
character intro. It's the kintro.
I'm gonna
Are we
keep
ready?
trying to mute myself when I cough, but I'm sorry if I miss some. So yes.
Are we ready?
Oh yeah,
Volumes.
sorry, I should have asked. Are we all feeling better this week? I feel better.
I feel
I feel
nearly
about the
better.
But I didn't feel too bad in the first place. Anyway, take your volumes, mute yourself, and let's listen to this nice little recap.
You're right, sir. If you tap any harder with that pen, you'll go right through your desk.
Oh, yes, Beatrice. I'm okay. Just have a few things on my mind, is all.
Anything you want to get off your chest, sir? I'm always here to listen, you know.
No, don't worry. Very kind of you, though. I'm just worried about the girls.
A little bit of empty nest syndrome.
No, it's not that. Maisie started asking questions
About what?
about it.
Oh, I see. What are you gonna do?
Oh, I don't know. Etta refuses to see reason about telling her the truth, but it just makes me feel nervous, you know?
Yeah. Well, I know you'll figure out what to do, sir. You've got the sharpest mind in the house after all.
Yes, thank you, Beatrice. How are the girls doing anyway?
Well, funny you should ask, because I was just having a little look into what they were doing yesterday. Seems they've been getting on with their studies nicely. Maisie's even taken on extracurricular school learning, which is great. Neva is obviously getting perfect performance so far. It seems she has a good influence in that Carley boy. He's prominent in Elestwin, don't you know?
Oh, yes?
Yeah, he's the son of the cousin of Flint, the hero who saved the country and turned into flames. He set to rise high on that system.
We don't say. Maybe a good match for Maisie, then. Get those international relationships strengthened.
Well, maybe. Anyway, they've just got a new roommate, Jameth Resiquin, a girl from Cougarom. She seems lovely, if a bit troubled. They've been working hard on this Arliston Benfayal competition. Seems they're currently in the lead. They got the gold orb from a big tower, and then a red orb from a huge puzzle maze. They've also just had their first Warforged Wars fight, and won.
Warforged what?
Well, it's like a robot fight where they have to design the robots themselves. Very good for the mind. And on top of that, they're going to be taking one of the airships on Saturday to go research space guppies.
An airship? Who approved that?
You did, sir.
Oh, of course, yes. Anything else? What about that peasant boy they live with? Crobworth, Crimpton, Crabforth.
Cromwell?
Yes, that's the chap.
You shouldn't really call him a peasant, sir.
Oh, right. The financially challenged one.
Well, that's not... he's doing fine. Seems he's having meetings with a magic professor about something, doing well in his studies. He was the main one on making that Warforged.
No, I don't care about that. What's his influence on the girls?
Oh, I don't know about that, sir.
Well, find out for me. I don't want him putting ideas in my girls' heads.
Yes, sir. Wouldn't want them having their own thoughts now, would we, sir? then they might grow up to be independent.
Exactly. Go do that for me now.
Yes, sir.
There we go. A wonderful
We
little recap of the things that have been happening.
We don't want to be independent. Independent thinking kids. Oh, I can't recommend it.
I did enjoy that one. So, if we're ready to move into it, Rowan, could you move it over to the suspenseful soundtrack, please?
God damn it! That's why you were laughing?
Yeah.
Ominous or subtle?
Ominous.
Yeah.
Ominous.
Ominous.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you. For no reason at all, other than because I want to. You know.
I thought that intro was the part you wanted me to pay attention for, and now I'm scared.
It was okay.
I'm not using it.
Okay, bring it in.
excuse me. Sorry.
Maisie, you wake up in your dorm room feeling groggy and disoriented. Your head is pounding, pulsing with pain, blurring your vision, creating a ringing sound in your ears. You try to get out of bed, but your legs give way and you fall to your knees, the pain in your head growing, the ringing getting louder. You can hear your heartbeat pounding in your ears. You start to crawl across the ground towards the door, trying to scream for help, but your voice is lost in nothingness, echoing into the abyss. You look desperately at the door and see blood pooling from underneath it, traveling under the small gap at the base. You wrench yourself to your feet and stumble to the doorway, grabbing the door handle, heaving the door open with what little strength your body can muster, only to see horror. Your blurry eyes start to focus as you see a hooded figure, all in black, holding 2 daggers standing over a body. Your eyes are immediately drawn to the face of the hooded figure, or lack thereof. In place of its face, you can see pure darkness, the blackest black you've ever seen, almost stealing the light from around it into a void of nothingness. The body on the ground has grey skin and white hair with a soft face, a figure you do not recognize, yet you feel attached to them somehow. They reach out a bloody arm to you, desperately calling out your name, as the hooded figure in black looks up and sees you, tilting its head slightly as if curious. You stand there, frozen in fear, as the figure slowly walks towards you, each footstep like a cannon in your ears, your heart pounding, trying to escape your chest. They reach out an arm to touch you, and Maisie! You snap out of the trance as you hear the familiar voice of Jameth calling your name from across the common area. You look to where the figure was, and it's disappeared along with the body on the floor. Everything has gone back to normal. Your heart, your hearing, your eyes, even the pain is gone. And Jameth speaks again. Maisie, you're right. You look like you've seen a ghost.
I might have.
Huh?
I don't know. What's up?
Terrible. Nothing. You were just staring there, like absolutely nothing. I was calling your name for like a minute.
Oh wow, that long? Damn.
It was a hard day yesterday, then.
Yeah, parents suck.
All right. Well, as long as you're all right, want some food or something?
Yes, coffee.
As you look around the common area, no one is there currently. You can see various books on the dining table, just like old study books of Carle's all piled up. They're neat but messy at the same time. You can tell that there is an idea of structure, but a little bit of just mess. And there's just a singular pen left on the table, which you recognize as Neva's, who's probably in her room or gone elsewhere. I will assume this is about like 9-ish in the morning. I'll assume Cromwell is still asleep.
What day is it?
It is a Wednesday.
Then I would
It might
not
be
be
earlier than
asleep.
that, yes, because you'll have things on in the day. Right.
I would be at history.
Yeah, it
you're
would have to be
right.
earlier than
No.
that. I have subterfuge at
Then it
9.
I would
Then it
be
is earlier
yes
than
at
that.
history.
I'll be at history
Then
as well.
it is 8 o'clock, earlier than that, because you know it's
I
before
will not
the
be
day
at
is
history.
started.
Yeah, I should not be waking up this early.
Apparently,
You're in subterfuge, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Just want to grab coffee and, I don't know, like a breakfast sandwich on the way over.
All right.
Cool.
Do you want to talk to your sister? I mean, I'm just concerned about your face.
Is she here? Yeah, she's probably here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
Go find Neva. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
There. I got weird brain stuff. Different weird brain stuff.
Okay.
Um,
Elaborate.
well, apparently, Jay was like trying to get my attention for a whole minute, and I wasn't there at all, and I didn't have any control over it, and I was just like seeing a whole like weird nightmare. It's probably just because I'm up this early that never happens.
I don't think it's got anything to do with you being up early.
Well, it can't be like a premonition or anything like that, because there was like a weird person I don't know dead on the floor. On this floor, our floor here. And like some weird shadowy cloaked figure. It has to be visions. It doesn't make any sense. So.
But no, like I agree, it has to be a vision, but I don't think you being up early is the reason why you're having them.
Could be. I've never been up this early before, so.
Okay. Well, yes. Okay. Okay. This is a lot.
Yeah.
Have you put it in your diary like I keep telling you to?
No, it just happened.
What? Put it in your diary. Put it in your diary straight away. It's the first thing you have to do. Could this be caused by our call yesterday?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pissed at them, but it's not like. You know, is it like a weird dream thing where it's like, oh, I'm really angry and now I want to kill them, and that was them? I don't know. It's dumb. But sure hope that doesn't happen more. It was not fun.
Yeah. No. So do you recognise the figure on? Are you saying on our floor, as in our communal floor in our?
Yeah, like outside my room.
As you think about it, like as your brain wakes up a little more, as with a dream, a little longer than a dream, but as with a dream, it's harder to remember exactly the details of everything, like how you felt. You've got the general idea, but it's fading fairly quickly.
I should go write it down.
Yeah.
I'm losing
This
it.
is why I told you to do it straight away.
Okay, be right back. I'll go and write it down.
Yeah, you get most of the details, like what you would remember if something happened a couple days ago, and you're like, yeah, I can vaguely remember what happened. Like you can't remember the exact clothes of the hooded figure, but you remember like the lack of face and that it did have a hood, and you don't remember exactly what the person on the floor looked like, but you remember their general features, you know, enough of like skin color and things like that.
So exactly what I have written down in my notes then of
Probably about that,
hooded
yes.
figures, 2 daggers, pure darkness, gray skin, white hair, stabbed.
And you remember feeling very disoriented.
Yeah. And do I remember calling out the figure's name on the floor? Because you said that's what happened, but I don't remember the name.
It called out your name.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
And you would remember that.
Yeah.
But you don't remember what his voice sounded like.
Hmm.
Can we change it, Alex? It's funnier if she just yells out her own name for no reason.
Yeah.
Also, I 100% thought I was muted while I was eating that cupcake. My apologies if you just heard me.
I didn't hear anything.
Nothing came
No,
through. There was no chomping. Although I did hear Purdy's dog whining, so I think they were just a little upset that you were eating a cupcake and not sharing with the class.
That's why I muted myself.
So yes, unless there's anything else you wanted to do, you know,
No,
all
that
go
pretty
off to
much
your
covers
separate.
it.
You all go off to your separate classes. First thing, Kale, Neva, and Cromwell, you all have history. And at the same time, Maisie and Jameth, you both have subterfuge, so you sort of split off your separate ways, grab some coffees from the refectory, lunch hall, whatever you want to call it. And the rest of the day, unless there's any reason for you to want it to go differently, cruises along, you hit lunchtime. In fact, the next few days until Saturday, unless you want to do anything, go along just absolutely perfectly.
I want to know about the hexagon.
Yes. On the way to history, I'd be like, Cal, you were just paying no attention last night, so I'm going to tell you again today. You didn't even, you just left it on the floor, so I picked it up. Here you go. I had these 2 things identified for you because I'm nice.
Oh yes.
So this thing is it's a mithril breastplate equivalent.
What it is called is arcane force repulsion armor.
Oh, ooh.
But if you want it on D&D Beyond, it's a mithril breastplate.
Yes. So it is
Afra.
arcane force repulsion armor, but it is based entirely on mithril breastplate armor. Breastplate, not plate armor. Basically, he hands it over to you, and it's as you said before, this strange metal hexagon with glowing red stripes across its face. And when he puts it on your chest, right on your sternum, and it expands out into this weird polygonal chest plate made of glowing red energy. Just sort of covers as breastplate armor would. And it's weird because it's solid. It has this very, very gentle hum as it sort of exists. And when you touch it, it kind of glitches a little bit, fizzles where you tap it, but then it just sort of goes back to perfectly normal.
Oh gosh, that's fantastic. That's exactly what I need.
And we used to have that because your armor got dinged up in the Warforged Wars, but also it is more stealthy than your other armor was.
A lot more stealthy. That's perfect. That is.
And
That'll help me
then
a lot.
So we kind of thought that you should have that just because it makes sense. And then, do you remember those braces that you found and then never looked into?
I do actually, yes.
Yeah, I got those checked out as well. If you remember, I asked them for you. I told you I'd get them checked out, so you gave them to me, and then I went and got them checked out. So they're called braces of stars. They do 3 things. They make you more likely to live if you're being someone is trying to have you not live, just a little bit. And then it also does. Are you familiar with the spell Magic Missile?
Yes, I've heard of it. I've never.
Yeah. You can essentially do a mini version of Magic Missile a certain amount of times a day.
Oh.
And then it also. Are you familiar with the item Bag of Holding?
Oh yes, I am. Yes.
It has a little mini version of a Bag of Holding in it.
Well, those are very, very useful. Even better than the ones I hear at my old places.
So that technically is yours, as you found it, unless you would like to give it to someone else.
Well, that would be quite handy, actually. After my
pass on to the next person.
After my second.
I said double it and pass it on to the next person.
I know that.
Have you got that on your D&D Beyond so that I can delete it off of mine?
Let me add them in then.
They're called braces of stars. It is
manage inventory. Braces of stars. Add. Thank you very much. That's very kind. What was the one called? What's it called? It was called
arcane repulsion armor, but it's just mithril. MLTRA, I believe. Breastplate armor.
Mithril.
I will hand that back to you unless you decide that I must have it.
I would be very. If you want to borrow it at some point, that's fine. But for the moment, I'm a little bit more cautious about things at the moment after having nearly got killed several times.
That's true. You have almost been murdered several times.
I have. That's better. That's 14 armor. That's you didn't hear me say that because that doesn't make any sense. But yeah,
it should be more than 14.
Yeah. plus 14 mithril breastplate.
Do you not have it should be whatever it is +2 for your dex. If you have a dex mod of 2.
I have dex mod of 0.
Oh, that'd be one.
Not the best thing in the world, just a little bit better. Anyway, mithril.
I had an armor class of 10 before, which is why everything hit me all the time.
Mithril also doesn't go clinky clanky when you walk around, so you don't get the disadvantage on stealth.
Excellent, that's really nice.
So, yes, the next 3 days past that bit. There's another thing.
There was
Two
something
other
else I wanted
things.
to do.
There's 2 other things. Oh my god! Okay.
At 12 o'clock, once I have
Okay.
finished my classes for that
So, on
Wednesday,
to Wednesday. Okay.
I would go to. So I thought that I had written this down, and I had not written down the details, but I thought that I had.
Okay.
I know that Morthagus asked me to go get something from a shop for him, some kind of spell component, and bring it back to him, and I would get to keep the change, and he'd also given me like a brooch or something as like proof that he'd sent me. So I was just going to go do that. But I don't remember what any of the details were.
You would know that you would not be able to do that at lunchtime. The walk across the city is like 2 hours.
Yes,
Maybe 1.5 hours. How long do you
that's why it's good that it's a Wednesday.
Just you on your own?
I mean, I'll ask if anyone who's free wants to come, but they're under no obligation.
Does anyone go with? Just so I know who's there.
What day is it?
Wednesday,
Oh,
12
Wednesday,
o'clock.
12 o'clock. I can tell you right now that
I
No,
can
people
go.
who have
I'm busy
lessons,
today.
Neva and just got a wave of sadness. It's Neva and Samir.
Oh,
Oh,
So it's just Neva who's busy.
I can go.
Jameth opts not to.
Fair.
So no,
We're going. I mean, it might not be exciting. I have no promises for you for this. Just an area of the city that we haven't really been to.
That's completely fine. Just want
Okay,
to get out
now-
of the room.
If you're both, are you both coming?
Neva's busy.
No, but you and Cal.
Oh, I don't know.
so I was still doing my inventory. I'm sorry,
I'm
Sorry.
not paying attention. He says.
I wasn't not paying attention. No, but I am now wearing my little bit of armor. That's better. I'm less likely to die. This is good. I like not dying.
Are you coming with me and Neva to go fetch something from a shop for
Easy.
one of my professors?
Yeah, by all
Sorry,
means.
I get you
If,
twins confused. You coming? Okay, right. The last time that the three of us went somewhere by ourselves,
It went great.
Neva got really upset about it. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
so potentially we either just don't tell her, or if there comes to be danger on what should just be a simple fetch quest, we push Maisie into the knives of whoever is trying to kill us, and then we run, and then we'll tell Neva about how hard we tried to save you. Ready?
I'm
Good.
thinking,
I don't think you'll need your dirty coats for this one. That was the last time. Let's go.
So, the travel
where is
to
Neva at the
Erhant
moment?
in school,
Class.
Okay, fair enough. If I can't,
specifically in botany.
botany.
Yep, in botany, learning about, rather boringly, learning about recognizable signs of particular herbs. But the herbs aren't like interesting herbs about healing or death or any of that. It's like herbs. I think the one that you'll be learning at the moment is a herb that helps cure indigestion.
Nice.
Oh, very useful.
Oh.
Very useful.
Exactly. It's very boring. So the travel to Erhant is about 2 hours of walking. So actually, by the time you get there, Neva will be done with her lesson and get back to nobody. So I don't know if you told her or not, but no one's there when you get back.
Let's say no.
I would have let.
So-
Cal would have left a note.
Jameis there. Jameis will now know. So it's about 2 hour walks through Verthil and a part of Erhant itself. If you look on the map, Erhant is the easternmost part of Veluna, the little purple section on the east. Verthil is a fairly boring place to walk through. The streets are moderately large, the buildings are well built, though a little run down, and the people are a mixture of pleasant and unpleasant, but mostly they just keep to themselves. They aren't particularly interested in a group of teenagers, even if you are older teenagers walking through.
So the suburbs on the outskirts of a city?
Yeah, that's just on the outskirts. It is very sort of suburbs, slightly bigger roads than that, as though some carriages come through, but it's not exactly a massive trade route.
I've forgotten. How old are you two?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question.
17.
And I'm ready for it. 30.
Did you say 13?
30.
13. Thank God.
But I have
you're 17. Okay.
I have a longer lifespan, so it's equivalent of.
I was going to say a bunch of teenagers walking through. It's only one.
Technically. Adolescents. Erhant is very similar, but with a more modern style to the buildings, with a more of a community feel. There's more local shops and community buildings, giving the feeling that there's not much reason to go outside of Erhant on the average day for a resident. It does almost feel as you walk through it like its own little village, town, city. It has everything, including its own. As you walk sort of closer, you see signs for like a library and all that kind of stuff. Probably not as big as the main one, but Eventually, due to directions that you would have been given, you reach a small market corner in which there is a shop called the Magic Pit. It's all dingy and dark, with little light coming through an overhanging canopy of material, but the shop front is well maintained and seemingly it's popular. Though dingy and dark on the inside, at least as you can see, it matches the style of everything else on the outside.
Excuse me.
I take it this is the place?
Unless there's another one with the same name.
Cool.
Let's go. Remember, weapons at the ready, but not drawn.
The inside is small and cramped, with all sorts of magical components spread around the shop floor in baskets, tubs, containers, and pots alike. Behind a small desk is a wrinkly man who somewhat resembles a walnut with his bald head and squinting eyes. He is wearing a simple apron and dirtied gloves, sorting through various herbs on the counter into different pots. As you walk in, he says, "Welcome, my friends. What can I do for you today?"
Hello, I'm here to pick up a component for Professor Morthagus.
Yes.
He wants me to take it to him.
Do you have some kind of identification?
Yes, I have this brooch or whatever it was that you told me at the time that I thought I'd written down.
The brooch or whatever it was at the time that I recognize very well. He goes into his book, goes down a list of names with different items. There's a few items on a list, and he sort of ticks off a general tick box, reaches under the desk, and produces just a small box, a little wooden box from underneath the counter, about the size of a notebook, and a little thicker, obviously, to contain things. And he says, "4 gold, please."
Okay. Because I think he gave me 10 gold, right? And
He gave you 7 gold.
7. Cool.
You hand it over, he puts it into a little bag and bids you farewell.
So here's the question. Because it doesn't track your adding. So did he give me 7 gold and I added 7 gold?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay, so I will minus 4 from what I currently
Because I think I remember you doing it, and also whenever you're given money, you immediately write it down.
That's fair.
In the back of the store, Maisie's just digging through some tubs, like picking up weird shit. Just like, what the hell?
Yeah, there's all sorts of strange things. Some smell weird, some feel weird. Liquids, solids, dusts, powders, chunks. There's even a little section which you can't quite tell if it's for pets or magical components, because there's like snails and crickets and things that are similar to those, but magical. There's even like a fairly small tub full of tiny little fish. You have no idea what any of them are. You have a feeling Neva might recognize some of it, but she's not.
Can I roll to see what the weirdest thing in the shop is?
Can you? Okay, give me a investigation.
Cool. Hold on. Get away from the Excel spreadsheet and go to my stats.
Why not just ask him what the weirdest thing in the shop is? He'll
Because
know.
I want to roll. And it gives Alex, while I'm floundering, it gives Alex a chance to think of something that's the weirdest thing in the shop.
Why would I do such a thing? You're gonna make me have to write it down later as well.
14. No, that's a 19. Holy shit. I'm 21.
Okay. Weird is subjective, of course.
Yeah.
But the strangest thing, you can't identify what it is, of course. But fairly prominently low down on one of the shelves. Imagine kind of the shelves I'm thinking are thick wooden planks with like piping as the shelf framing. Low down on a fairly large shelf, there's a potted plant, a long stalk which has mostly dark green coloring, and it's got that sort of furry texture you sometimes see on succulents, with a little randomly swirling stripe of a slightly darker green. It's very subtle unless you really look down at it. It comes up to just one big leaf that leans over the side, curls around ever so slightly, and then a flower head that resembles something similar to a lotus. It feels as though the head of it is too large. It would tilt over, but it must be a strong stalk. But the colors are purpley, pinky, but then bluey. And as you look at it, you realize it's kind of pulsing with different colors. Like it's like the actual petals are fading through different colors, swirling around. And in the very center, just slightly visible through a mostly closed flower, you can see a glowing, same sort of colors, like bluey, much brighter, but bluey, purpley, pinky colors, like glowing little orb that you can't quite tell, but you're not sure if you should touch it or not. Seems to be sort of hovering in the center of this flower, which is cupped around it.
Just before Maisie does something that she'd probably regret, Cromwell's walking out of the store.
Yeah,
Like,
Carla,
time to go.
you see Maisie with a single finger, just like so close.
Yeah,
to push.
Maisie, I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
Why, what is it?
Can I recognize it? Can I do a nature? Or something?
Give me a nature. See if you can recognize it. Although, you are not thinking it's likely.
19.
19's pretty good. You couldn't tell the name of it. But you've seen similar magics in practices back in Alesduin. Or at least you've seen that sort of glowing marble or something similar, you think, before, which is used in quite powerful healing magics and other things like that, more positive magics. But you are also aware, you've been told, it can be extremely poisonous if handled incorrectly.
Yeah, I recognize that sort of substance. It can be very useful, but it's also very toxic. So if you don't handle it right, it can cause some quite nasty damage. I wouldn't recommend playing around with it without the right equipment.
All right.
Now that the business is concluded for the professor, can we have a look at your inventory to see what you got for sale?
Of course. You can have a look around. I mean, I don't have anything written down. This is more of a shop where you can say what you want and they'll likely have it. There's tons of it. Like, it's very cramped, but like tons of herbs and all sorts. It's very component based, more the natural side of component based. So if you wanted to say, I want to pick up just a bunch of components as we have them before, that you're welcome to do so. If you want anything in particular, you can see what they have.
I have a whole document of items that I want. I just got to find it. Do they have a Bloodwell vial or any sorcerer shards?
So they don't have shards, crystals and things like that. Larger ones, not so much. What the hell's a blood? A blood what? A blood work?
A Bloodwell vial. Basically, it's a vial that I put my blood into, and it makes me a better sorcerer, and also on short rests, I can regain sorcerer points, etc. It comes in uncommon to very rare variants.
Yeah. So those kinds of magical items, not so much. Like I said, it's more components and stuff. There's no real like magical items.
Dang.
Right, there are vials, but they're not special vials. They're just vials to put stuff in.
Useless to me. Okay, thanks.
Wait.
Okay.
I'll take some vials.
If you want, each of the vials, there's all sorts of varying sizes. There's tiny little, sort of, I don't know what you call them, like the tiny cylindrical ones. There's big bulbous round ones, which would be like difficult to carry. Really depends on what you
I'll
want.
take like various, like 5 different sizes from like that kind of size down to teeny tiny.
Sure. With a reasonable amount of those, say like a couple of each of those sizes, it would come to probably 10 gold. They're quite expensive with like the glass, especially with the larger ones. The smaller ones are a lot cheaper, but you want to, some of the bigger ones, they come to quite a lot. But it would be about 10 gold or more.
Sure.
Cool. You pay the 10 gold. He actually gets out this big sort of protective basket type thing with all sorts of bits of the equivalent of like foam padded around it and places them all in and hands that over to you. It's just really heavy. You can carry it, but a 2-hour walk's going to be awful. Just a load of glass, basically.
How many of them you got?
Thank you
5.
very much.
Yeah, just 1 of 5. Thanks.
Because it so happens that my new braces.
You are not attuned to the braces yet.
How do you attune to them?
24 hours of possession and intent.
24 hours?
Yeah, I believe so. Or is it a long rest?
And you can do it
It's a
over
short
and
rest.
a long rest or a short rest. It's normally just an hour.
Oh, is it an hour?
For normal attunement, but there's some weird attunement stuff that exists.
Yeah, it's not a weird one. I will say a long rest.
Okay. So I can't use the.
That being said, you have possessed them since the previous day with knowledge of what they are.
That is true.
So if you want them to be attuned, they can be. Just take up an attunement slot.
I
5
I'm
glass
assuming
vials of various sizes.
Yeah.
So if you want, what I'm saying is, if you want me to carry some of them, because my braces have like a sort of a small amount of bag of holding space.
Sure,
So I can
I'll
carry-
give you the 3 bigger ones. I'll hold on to the 2 smaller ones.
Okay.
So, the 4 smaller ones, I say the largest one you have is probably larger than, actually no, to be honest, they're a small weapon. It's like within like a short sword. Yeah, they're probably fine. So you just hold on to it and then think that you want it to disappear. And there's like this sort of twinkling swirl from the base of your hand that it starts kind of slowly and then very quickly sort of just like, and kind of like a magic trick, it's just gone. You're aware it's there,
Those are cool.
Hey,
but it's
I
just
like this.
gone.
When we get back, I'll have to put it. I think I'll put my mace in here for starters.
Okay.
Like your great swords and that kind of stuff wouldn't be able to fit, but like one-handed weapons, you'd be
I
able to.
don't. That's fine because I don't have a great sword.
Yeah, no, it's just so you're aware.
I don't even
But
have
yeah,
quite
all
nice.
5 of them, and yeah, they don't take up any weight when they're in there.
Excellent, eh?
Never know
I
when
used to have
some various containers could be useful.
Well, absolutely.
always
I'm happy to carry them for you. Right. Excellent.
Okay.
Well, so far, so good. Let's sit back.
So you, where's my little thingy?
Just as a note, maybe it's been uncharacteristically quiet the whole walk there.
Yeah.
and back.
Are you all right, Macy? You seem a bit.
You've been
Yeah.
uncharacteristically quiet.
Oh, wow. How could you tell?
That's very
You
perspicacious.
just said it out. You just said it out loud.
Yeah. I have been uncharacteristically quiet.
You just can't help but say it, can you?
Yeah.
It's the first thing you've said like in an hour.
No,
Are you all right? You seem a bit down.
it's just weird parent stuff.
Oh dear. Yes, they can be a bit much sometimes, can't they?
Yeah, do you
Can they?
ever catch your parents lying to you? Like, just obviously lying? Like, not even a good effort?
Well, I exaggerate.
No.
Not lying.
No.
My dad used to exaggerate a lot about how much he knew Flint.
Mm.
Other than that, you know.
My mum hasn't lied to me in years, and as far as I know, my father's never told me a lie.
Would that be because you haven't met them at all?
Yeah, I've never met him, and she's dead. So
I was just about to say.
thanks for
Dead
bringing that up,
parent.
Maisie. Way to rub it in that you've got parents who you talk to.
That's not always a good thing.
I wasn't trying to
I
rub
tell
it
you.
in, just trying to offload some
What they
stuff.
what they're lying to you about?
Just who I am or who we are or something. I don't know. I told you guys about the thing with my professor, right? Where she said that it's like my brain stuff
Yes.
could be genetic. Yeah.
Yes, you're an alien, I believe was
Yeah,
the
I think
topic.
those were the words that I said. Yeah, it's been a little while, like a day or two or something like that. So I've forgotten. But yeah, I asked them about that, and my dad clearly knew something, and then my mom popped in and was like, actually, no, you don't." And
Oh, that's interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
But in my experience, parents tend to sort of hide things to try and help the kids. But might not be
That's
the
not
case.
normally how it goes with my parents.
Hmm.
I'm confused about what that has to do with your question, though. You said that they're doing something, hiding something that tells you like who you are. What could your parents possibly know that would change what you know about yourself? You know who you are, right?
Yeah, but
Well, there you go.
I don't know.
They don't know jack shit that could change that.
I mean, on a level, yes, but I don't know why my brain stuff happens or if it can control it or stuff like that. So.
I can see where you're coming from. It would be disconcerting to think that your parents had lied to you your entire life.
Yeah.
Have you had your brain stuff your whole life?
I mean, no. It just kind of started happening like a year or two ago.
Maybe you only became an alien a year or two ago. Did anything happen around the same time?
No. How would you become an alien?
I don't know. I've never met an alien.
Fair.
You're the first one I've ever known.
Fair.
So if you don't know, we don't know.
I mean, you could have been exposed to something, I suppose, that triggered it. Did anything happen a couple of years ago?
No.
Well, you're in some kind of solar storm with 3 of your friends.
No, home.
Perhaps you were dumped into a vat of something. Were you bitten by any kind of insect?
Home is incredibly boring, so no.
Okay. Well,
I think I'm
that's
going to rob
certainly
my
a bit of a
parents.
mystery. You're going to rob them, do you say?
Yeah. Not for money,
Okay.
but to try to find like stuff that they have that could
Do you want to?
answer those questions. I don't know. They hold on to a lot of stuff. They probably have it.
Do they have any? I mean, you live in a big house with other people, right? Has anybody else in the house been there for a long time?
I guess a few of the staff members have. Yeah, you could ask them. You may know some. I don't know.
It's worth a try.
Do you? I mean, excuse my bluntness with this, but do your parents like Neva more than they like you?
I mean, probably. I cause a lot of trouble for them, so.
And so she's always kind of she's always kind of like looking out for you, making sure that you're not getting into too much trouble, embarrassing the family name, reporting back on what you're doing. She probably knows. You probably told her.
I don't think
she
she knows.
do.
No, Neva's like the only person in the family that I trust, aside from B.
Yeah, how convenient for them.
You're not going to turn me against my sister.
I'm just laying out all the possibilities.
I don't agree with Cromwell's conclusion. At the same time, you never know. You could ask if Neva's come across anything in the past that might have been innocuous, something she never even realized.
She was there when I was talking to my parents, so she would have said something. And she seemed, honestly, more angry than I was about it.
Or maybe start off with a sort of, what did you say, B?
Yeah, she's our nanny.
It's got to be better than breaking in and trying to find stuff.
You say not trying to rub it in. You got parents and a grandmother?
No, a caretaker. She's younger than both my parents.
Oh, that kind of nanny, I see, yes.
Yeah. I don't understand, but that's fine.
Very wealthy sometimes have sort of a child carer who looks after their children for them.
They pay someone to be your parent?
Yeah,
pretty much, yes.
But that means she's probably quite close to you, I imagine.
Hmm?
So she might be a great place to start.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they'd tell her anything, though.
Yeah, but if you're living in a house all that time, there's something must have maybe she's seen something or heard something. You never know. I mean, you've got to think
Trevor-
that if breaking
I'm still
in is
gonna
gonna be
rob
tricky,
them.
isn't it? Yeah,
No, not
I
really.
mean,
I've done it before.
but if you, can't imagine that if they've got some big secret, they're going to be. They spent the last ever knows how many years hiding it. You're not going to walk in and just find it, are you?
I might.
What weren't you allowed to do as kids?
What weren't we allowed to do?
Yeah.
Where weren't you allowed to go?
I mean, we weren't supposed to do a lot, but we did it anyway.
Okay, so what weren't you allowed to do that you didn't do, or that you got in the most trouble for?
Well, they were really mad when we started. When I started hanging out with kids that weren't in like the family circle, they were really pissed about that. I ran away once. They honestly, B was more upset than my parents were about that. They just kind of handed out the punishment and said, "Go sit in your room." But
Sorry, you ran away and your punishment was to spend time unsupervised? No wonder they had to pay someone to be your parent. That's just incompetent.
It's hard to explain because there's. You'll just get mad if I explain more. I don't know, like what. There wasn't like anything in the house that we were supposed to avoid, but I guess we were just kind of guided around.
Then you're probably not going to find anything at your house. Otherwise, it would have been like, no, whatever you do, don't go there, don't look in this drawer.
That would be really obvious, huh?
Yeah. But that's kind of the level I just have to assume that your parents are operating at, given the context that you've given me.
I mean, if I had like their kind of money, I'd have
A bank?
another house somewhere.
Safety deposit box?
I have to rob a bank?
No. You
That
could
wasn't
rob
what
your
I- no,
parents.
that wasn't
You
what I was
cannot
saying.
currently rob a
No,
bank.
no robbing banks. No.
No, not that you
Thanks,
you can't
guys.
do it
This
because
chat
it's
has been
immoral.
really helpful.
You can't
No.
do it because you're not good enough to.
Maybe he walks on.
Lazy
You
ones.
heard that, Cal. I am unimpeachable in this situation.
I don't think.
Everything that went down, I did not encourage
Oh
Maybe.
dear.
to go rob a bank.
I think I'm getting one of my headaches.
Eventually, you make your way back to the apartments. Neva, you're probably studying whilst everyone's gone. You would have been told by
Yep.
Jameth that they went off to do something, so you'd be studying away, being the grade A student that you are.
Hopeful grade 8.
Hopeful. You seem to be doing quite well so far, making notes on the interesting things you learnt in botany. And eventually,
About
the
the
others all
indigestion
walk
band.
in. The indigestion band, exactly. They all walk back in with the little box. Now, are you going to immediately go off and hand the box off, or what?
What time? If it's when I know that Morthagus is opening it, like office hours are, then yes. If not,
It's
then no.
not an office hour, but then you don't know whether or not he wants. Like, you know how to get to him, and it's not an office hour.
I'll wait till an office hour.
Sure. So you just put it down on the side.
In my room. Under the pillow.
Sure. It raises the pillow up.
Fine.
Cool.
Makes it clearer if someone nicks it.
I think the next time you'd see him naturally would be next Tuesday.
That's fine.
Cool.
I think that was the plan anyway. That's when I think he's expecting to get it on one of the one-on-one Cromwell Morthagus special times.
Special.
The only other thing to happen before the weekend is, Maisie, you have another meeting with Professor Gunthal, of course.
Yeah, that's that's the other thing I wanted to do.
4 o'clock on Thursday. You have just finished off the school day, although you would have finished off your school day
Earlier,
a
yeah.
lot earlier, I believe. At about 3 o'clock.
I think Thursday's my
And,
short day.
It is a short day. Wednesday's a short day. But yes, you step in, and it's a fairly standard lesson, at least to begin with, before, I'm assuming you bring anything up. I said lesson, meeting.
Well, I imagine the way she goes into the office is suspicious. I think she goes in and like closes the door and puts her back up into the door, and it's like, I'm so sorry. My parents might be after you.
She looks at you, and it's not concern for herself. You can tell that she is the standard sort of like psychologist face of just like, how am I going to approach this? What's about to happen? You know.
Maisie sees that look on her face, like, no. You're not going to turn this back around on me. This is about you now.
You're about to be prescribed something, so.
Okay. With the assumption that you truly believe what you are saying, would you like to explain why?
Well, after our talk on Tuesday, and you saying that it may be genetic, I asked my parents, and then they got really defensive and secretive, clearly lying about something. And my mom started asking who the professor is that's helping me. I didn't give them your name, but they're very resourceful, and they obviously know what school I'm going to, so they're probably going to figure out that you're the psychology professor and that I'm taking your class, and yeah.
You can see that whilst you're saying that, this kind smile comes across her face. And she says, I appreciate your concern. You would not be the first student to have frustrated parents. I did not mean, of course, to impede on what may be a lie, but I have told you nothing but the truth. If your parents wish to come after me, that is my business. But I think you'll find, regardless of how many resources or the amount of money they can push, I am protected, especially with our dean.
That's good to
My
hear.
job will not be on the line.
Good. That said, if you don't want to help me anymore, I understand.
I'm more than interested in helping you still.
Okay, cool.
Your parents do not scare me.
First time I've heard that.
So you think they're lying to you about something, which
they're
is
definitely
unfortunate,
lying.
of course. I am unable to help you with that, of course. I will be interested to see if you discover what is the case, but I do not want you to put yourself into a emotionally compromising situation. These things do tend to come out eventually. I don't want you to think that you have to push yourself mentally further than you are prepared to go, further than you may realize you are ready to go.
So you'd recommend me not asking how I could push myself further so I can learn how to read their minds when I go home over break?
I think attempting to read your parents' mind is possibly a mistake. I do not know your home life, of course. I do not presume to know anything that goes on in your house, but I think you'll find honesty is a good place to start, even if it is not being reciprocated. If you fight lies with lies and find yourself in a war of subtlety and subterfuge, you'll only end with negativity, a lack of trust, or someone will be hurt, even if they never meant to hurt you or you never meant to hurt them. I am not suggesting you don't pry into this. I am suggesting before you do so, you assess yourself mentally and ask whether or not you are ready to know something that you may not want to know.
Fair, I hadn't thought that far ahead yet.
It is easy to be rash, especially when you are frustrated, possibly even angry. But do not rush to an answer that cannot be reversed.
Is it possible that this weird brain stuff could cause weird dreams?
Well, I mean, I don't truly know the source, nor do I know the extent of what is happening with you. Are you having nightmares or strange dreams?
Kind of. I think it was more of a vision because I was awake.
Okay. Would you like to explain the vision?
I mean, it was weird and probably didn't mean anything at all. It's just...
You never know.
She'll pull out her diary because she's having trouble remembering at this point. There was a weird hooded figure with like a face of pure darkness and two daggers that was standing over a dead body that was both... Their skin was gray and they had white hair, and they called out my name. That's all I can really remember at this point. But
Well, in any usual situation, I would consult a dream guide. Usually, what you see reflects what you're thinking, but in your case, this could be related more to your gifts. It's hard to analyze without more. Hopefully this never happens again, but if it does, I would be interested to see if there is anything recurring. It may be worth seeing if you can find if the people you're seeing actually exist, whether they are recreations of people you think you've seen or just figures made up in your mind who are representing a struggle that you're having.
All right. What do you think it means that I was awake for it? Apparently I was sitting there like catatonic for like a minute.
People can sleepwalk. Sometimes the signals whilst you're dreaming can get mixed up and make you move thinking that you're still dreaming. It could be trance-like.
It was very early in the morning.
I would stay aware and see if any of these feelings come back, see if it happens again. And like I say, possibly see if maybe there's old relations, old friends, anyone who would fit the descriptions of these people. Personally, I would say if you're seeing a figure with a completely hidden face, you're possibly repressing memories or the image of someone that you don't want to know anymore. But I don't know.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Of course. you round up the rest of the session and do eventually go back. Probably again quite silent, thinking, you know. Reflecting on who you are. Yes, and unless you go back to talk to anyone, not that I'm assuming you would particularly.
No, I'm good now.
Well, eventually Saturday comes around, and two things happen on Saturday. On Saturday. The first of which, Neva, you are extremely excited. Not because of homework, but because it's the day that you get access back to your family card.
Oh, yeah!
Of course, Maisie, you'd wake up having no idea this is a thing until you're reminded by Neva.
Mm-hmm.
It has been so long.
I can finally spend again!
The second thing that happens on this Saturday, if I open my thing. Saturday morning is can you tell when I go into the things I've written down? Saturday morning is a brisk, frosty day with a thin fog hanging low to the ground. As you walk outside, you can see, or possibly when you look out the window first, you see a crowd of students seemingly marveling at something in the sky. As you look up, you see, and which of you do you think would know the most about, like, science-y / the equivalent of knowing about cars? Maisie would possibly.
Me and
Excuse me, my Google, shut up.
Wait, is this being a car person like someone who watches a lot of Top Gear, or a car person as in someone who knows how the internal combustion engine works?
More of a Top Gear kind.
Okay. I was going to say probably Maisie.
Yeah.
Nah.
Listen, I know Rowan doesn't like cars, but Maisie possibly.
Yeah, I would see Maisie.
Nah.
Maisie's definitely a motorbike kind of chick, and that is the closest thing we have to cars, which is the closest thing we have to whatever's in the sky.
Regardless, you'd probably recognize Maisie. You'd be the one to exclaim it as you look up and see a Perital Rebound Mark IV, which is a gigantic, a medium-sized airship. It's this very long, mid-sized kind of what would be the best way? Kind of like the equivalent of a leisure boat. I was going to say pleasure boat. A leisure boat, which is a distant descendant of an old Echo-class ship, which you would all know, notably. In fact, Neva would probably bring this up, is notably what the Falcon was, of course, what the Strangelings used to travel around in. The first ship on Gel to use Capril E, which is an experimental hyperfuel that is no longer used. You recognize all of that stuff. And I'm going to read what I have here, because as much as your characters may or may not know it, I want to read this out regardless. This ship is one of the most fancy mid-sized ships on the market, normally used for transport of notable personnel, but can be used for high-expense cargo transport if needed. The ship uses, brace yourself for this one, the ship uses a 20 EL DS8 repellent levitation system alongside a 200 DP dual crystal hypercruise Erosine engine at the rear.
Only.
And Maisie's
Of course it does.
spewing all of this out.
Makes it just go in there like this
You know what? No, I know exactly.
and letting it all just.
I know exactly who's saying the technical stuff. That's Jamuth.
Oh
You're like,
yeah.
oh my god, look at that! It's got the 20 ELs, and you're like,
It's an airship.
Yes.
isn't it?
So it's a very
Yes.
powerful airship that can go pretty fast. It's mid-size. It's one of the faster mid-size. It's very fancy, and the two of you would know exactly. Sorry, should I say the two sisters would know exactly what it's like, because you see on the side, in golden cursive, glistening in the sunlight, is the name the Emperor, which is one of your parents' cargo ships. It's very, very long, white, sort of all over, very fancy, these gold accents. As you know, these don't have sails, but just have these big engine. It's just hanging in the sky. As you walk out and underneath, a very familiar airship teleportation circle projects onto the ground in front of you.
Maisie was very prepared for this day and is wearing a hoodie and hiding her face.
Everyone else is like, oh my god, because this is a hell of a thing. Like this is a, like 100,000 gold ship or more, maybe 500,000 gold ship. Like it's extremely, like OTT as well for a cargo ship.
Well, that's a
Neve
bit
is
more
just like,
impressive than-
oh my god, they sent the Emperor. That's not the one I wanted.
You're expecting like a small swoop or something, like a. That's not the car I wanted.
I wanted the convertible!
So somewhere on there is a box that looks like it could hold like a stone, maybe the size of an apple.
Yeah.
No, you'll find a ship that's been destroyed, and that'll have on it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's a very impressive ship. Is that?
Come on, hurry! We have to go. Don't want people
Yeah,
looking
it's
at
one
us
of
any
our
longer than we
cargo
have
ship.
to. Come on.
So any airships that the other two of you would have boarded before, if any, they're manual boarding. They either land in the water or close to the ground, and you climb up a ladder or like a ramp or something. You would not be too familiar with this. It's just a projected light on the ground that has a fancy circular border, and in the middle is the logo of your parents' company.
They're
like
going to
that.
need a really, they're going to need a really long rope ladder.
No, we don't
Have
have
you
a
seen that?
teleporter.
Have you seen that torch thing on the ground? There is that your Is that your parents' company?
Yeah, that's the one company. If you stand
Wow.
on it, we'll go up to the ship.
Oh, no, stand on what? On
Maisie
there.
The
just
logo.
goes on to it. And...
I thought people weren't allowed to teleport long distances.
Maisie walks in and just disappears.
Oh,
Neve will
But
just
I-
go in as well
okay.
and just leave them to marvel.
Again, there's a bit of like a sparkle, just like a residual sort of dust being blasted up.
well, gotta try this. You coming, Cromwell?
You go first.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, Cal will go into the circle.
You walk into it and your entire body feels like it was launched physically upwards at like 300 miles an hour. It's very disconcerting as your body, you almost feel like your limbs separating from your body. Your head is spinning. You have no idea what is up, what is down. You suddenly appear on an airship with someone standing in front of you with a bucket that you immediately vomit into.
Yeah. Oh my god! Oh god! Oh, what the hell was that?
That's how we get on the ship.
Wow! Oh god! Oh, is it always like that? Oh my god!
You get used to it.
Does Jamuth follows as you step forward, stumbling out the way? Jamuth appears and just also vomits. And the last one, of course, left on the ground.
Yeah, is there still a crowd down at the bottom?
Yeah, they're now all turned around. They're looking at this like, what the hell is happening? You're just disappearing. In
I
fact,
will,
one person runs over and stands in it, but nothing happens because it's
I'll
manually
just-
trigger teleport.
And how high off the ground is this thing?
Oh, probably 200 feet, 300 feet. It's
Oh,
it's very high up.
That's fine, no problem. I'm just going to clear my throat, get everyone's attention, and say, yeah, if anyone would like some more information about this ship or the people who've just gotten on it, Leave a note for Cromwell Beckman with a 10 gold deposit at the student union with your contact details.
Give me a deception. Right now.
What am I deceiving these people about here?
Knowing things. This is for the confidence of saying this in a way that they would believe that you're telling the truth.
Sure.
Or a persuasion if you want, because it's not deceiving if you believe that.
Can he roll?
Yeah, my intention is to tell them what I know, which is not a lot.
Okay, so give persuasion instead then.
17.
It's pretty good. Not everyone believes you, but a lot of people are like, okay, 10 gold's pretty steep, but I'm interested. There's some rich kids around.
Beckman is 2 N's, and then I'll get nothing.
Yeah, and the same thing, you get warped upwards. It's very, very disorienting. Get to the other end, and again with the bucket, just out come your insides.
We should have really warned you about that.
Yeah, that would have been nice, actually.
Oh,
yes,
did we
that would have
not?
been nice.
No.
Well, at least I didn't.
Nobody mentioned anything about vomiting, as I remember.
Sorry.
Well, we don't vomit, you see, because we're so used to it. I kind of forgot to tell you guys.
Oh, dear. How long did it take you to get used to it?
Okay, now that sounds like rubbing it in, Neva.
Sorry, didn't mean to rub it in. I mean, we've been rubbing it in, going on these from a very young age, so I don't remember how long it took.
Well, lucky all you, that's all I can say. Any chance of a glass of water?
Well, as you look around, the ship is so extremely fancy. Feeling more like a cruise ship than a cargo ship. There's not a big swimming pool, but like the wood on the ground is extremely high quality. The trim, everything is just, $1,000. Like you feel like the handrails, like every square meter of handrail probably costs like 1,000 gold or something stupid. It's just insanely high end. But amazing, Neva, you're not surprised. You've been on this ship before. It's how your parents do things. Once you're all on board, a servant dressed in a fancy suit comes over and offers you some refreshments, has a little tray of some like juices and waters and things, which of course you are able to take, and guides you towards the captain of the ship, towards the whatever you call it, the captain's quarters. That'll work. You the sisters vaguely recognize, and Neva would probably remember the name, Captain Rallin Karth, a tiefling retired from the Ferron Air Force. Well decorated, and in both Maisie and Neva's eyes, pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. He has this inherent authority around him with a stern face, sharp cheekbones that give you confidence that you are in safe hands. And he doesn't necessarily ignore the rest of you, but mostly addresses the two sisters and says, "Good morning, girls. I have been assigned to transport you today in the Emperor."
What's it called again?
Rallin Karth. Ralincarth. It's kind of how you'd expect it.
Hey, Cap, do you know anything about? Do you know anything about our family being aliens?
I am not in a position to say anything on the family.
Cool.
I must warn you, the animal I have been informed that you are looking for is extremely protected with good reason. It's a highly poached animal, even though it is hard to look for, so we've taken the appropriate steps to secure ourselves legally in this little quest of yours. On board the ship, we have 2 officers from the GBPA, Global Bestial Protection Agency, and a zoologist, all of which are here to ensure that we do not endanger the space guppies and help us to safely capture and study one.
So if one died, sorry to pipe up from down here. So if one of them died on this trip, it would be incredibly bad for, like, them specifically, the officers, everyone aboard, the family, the company. What kind of scale of disaster are we talking about here?
It is depending on the situation, at the very least, a prisonable offense. If it is an accidental death, there are more lenient punishments if you can prove such, but generally the death of a space guppy is a disaster for most involved, and the company's reputation would be tarnished.
Oh, wow. Didn't you have other choices for this, Neva? No, I'm just saying, like, didn't you have other choices? Couldn't you have, like, gone to the forest or something?
But how many other people would have been able to do this?
Well, it sounds like there's not a good reason to do this.
Yeah, I honestly
Oh,
can't believe your professors had this as an option.
I
That
don't
means-
think they were.
That means that if you
expecting
capture
anyone
it
to
and
do
you
it, though.
don't look after it, we're all going to jail.
Well, that's why we've got people from the GBPA and the zoologist with us.
Well, I, for one, am fascinated to see this creature. Sounds obviously very rare and very interesting.
How different is it to a regular guppy?
Extremely.
Okay, that's fine. Because I was going to say, if it's just a guppy that's like on the table instead of in the water, well, I could have done that.
Well, I have not personally met one myself, but I have seen images and heard of them.
Oh, could we see an image so that we know what to look out for?
I do not have one with me, but we will be able to recognize them from the zoologist's information.
Okay.
Where are the people from the GBPA?
They are on deck currently, or possibly resting.
Okay, I wouldn't mind talking to them as we.
You are welcome to. As usual, you are free to wander around the ship, but please do not enter anywhere that says authorized personnel only.
We won't. Will we, guys?
Don't go somewhere that says authorized personnel only.
Yes.
Yep. That sounds all right.
Would you show us where those areas are so that we don't wander in, or are they
literally
clearly
have signs to
signposted?
say don't go there.
They are clearly signposted.
Okay, well that's fine.
As a reminder,
Yeah,
what part of the ship are all like the transport files and whatnot stored in?
The transport files? This is Alex. What do you mean by transport
It's
files?
a cargo ship, isn't it?
Oh, you mean the cargo
Like
manifest?
manifests, yeah. And stuff like that.
Well, the manifest stays with me.
Oh, okay.
I am aware this would not be the first time you've attempted to steal a manifest.
Why would you want to steal a manifest?
It's
Yeah, I'm
me.
sure if we just
Why
ask
does
you,
she wanna
you'll
do
tell us what you're
anything?
carrying. And at the moment, that's just like us, right?
Currently, there is no cargo on board other than yourself.
Yeah.
Plus, food, water, other necessary rations, and
No cargo at all?
tools for helping with your quest. There is no cargo on board, other than what I have mentioned.
Captain, how much is this trip costing?
I would say
You
that
don't
this trip
need to
would,
say.
all in all, cost the company somewhere between 15 and 20,000 gold.
Yeah, because it's not just the cost of like fuel and stuff. It's the cost of not having you on a cargo trip.
If we take in the deficit of the ship not being used for other uses, then it would be higher. 25,000 maybe.
So 25,000 gold is the cost of this.
Around so.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
Why?
Neither.
Why did you
If
need to know
you
that?
don't ace this project, I think your parents are going to disown you.
I don't think they'd really be bothered, to be honest. Well, they would
That's
be bothered,
incredibly upsetting.
but they wouldn't be bothered about the money lost.
The
Crowell.
Montgomery Cartwright family is especially interested in ensuring the high results of a university degree from the girls.
And I think having seen Diva's work up to now, I think you can be pretty sure she's going to ace the test.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, I have to get the ship going on our trip. We have a half-hour trip to get to what is the supposed location. We may have to move from there. Please get yourself comfortable. Do what you need.
Well, thank you very
I'll
much.
make an announcement when we are about to find or in the location of the animal in question.
Oh, well, right, sure. Well, okay. I'm going to go and stand. I'm going to stand by the side, look over the side. Not
Sure.
over the side, just looking down.
You've been on an airship before, so it's not too much of a thing to look over, but it's still very impressive every single time. You know, it's not something you've done again and again and again. Again, as you walk around, just everything's just so, fancy. Everyone's dressed really fancy, You can see that the actual piloting place has got a proper name. What would you call that?
The helm?
Wheelhouse?
Yeah, the helm, that sort of thing. It's an enclosed area with this massive, almost 360 glass window, which has a little sheen to it, which you're thinking means it's probably a little bit magical, with a bunch of people doing all sorts of things. And staff all walking around. They avoid you. Some, every now and again come over, just making sure if you want any snacks or any food or anything. Others are checking on things, cleaning things. It's just like a whole operation. There must be, a crew of maybe 25, maybe, constantly around, or at least the ones you can see. So, it's impressive.
I'm asking any of the ones that I know have been around for a while if they know anything about the family being aliens.
No one, and you'd be very used to this. No one is going to put an ill word to the family, but they give you almost the same response every time, that they're not allowed to talk about the family because technically you are everyone on this ship's superior, but only from a civilian and military kind of way, rather than you can actually tell them what to do. They're just I wouldn't want to say, I can't talk about them, blah blah blah, avoiding topics, those sorts of things.
Maisie,
What?
why do you keep asking people if you're a family of aliens?
I don't know. Not all these people have been around longer than I have, so they might know something that I don't.
True, but surely, if you keep asking everybody you meet, isn't that going to go back to your parents?
Yeah, probably, but I want them to know that I'm asking.
Fair enough.
As you sort of start walking off, the ship raises up into the air, and this is a feeling that, Carly, you would not be as used to, is the acceleration of such a ship. You can see, as you look around, in fact, give me a perception, both Cromwell and Carly.
12.
20.
20.
Ooh.
With a 20, you notice. With a 12, you do not. Or at least you notice just a little bit too late. With a 20, you notice as the engine starts to you can hear this hum just get louder and louder and louder. You see everyone sort of stops and braces. It's almost like a natural thing. None of them really seem to be thinking about it. They just sort of get themselves into position and ready. And you copy. Carly, you only notice just at the last second, you're like, wait, why is everyone stopped as it goes? And just accelerates with this extremely huge acceleration. You're just launched backwards, falling onto your ass. You and Jameth, I would say, probably also just fall to the ground.
Oh, Penny.
As everyone else obviously braces themselves for it. And the two girls as well, you would have instinctively, wouldn't even think about it, just sort of braced as it launches off into the sky, reaching a cruising speed of something around 250 miles an hour. It's very fast. The ground beneath us zooming past.
That's impressive. I wasn't expecting that. Ow.
I didn't realise that your family was so closely tied with Cougaram.
Whose family?
Well,
What do you mean?
the twins. That's the only empire on the planet, right?
We are not.
This is the emperor, so it's named for the emperor.
Probably just named that because it's a name my parents liked, and we are not twins.
My dad's not the brightest bulb in the box. He hears fancy words and doesn't, think about where they come from.
Yeah, I do know Cougaram a little bit, and they've got nothing like this that I've seen.
Yeah, but bit of flattery, get a license,
Over Cougaram, you would have, or should I see, in the distance from Cougaram, you're more likely to see battleships. So they're not anywhere near as fancy, and they are sometimes bigger and beefier.
I wouldn't have seen this sort of thing, like a fancy yacht.
So you're saying that your father, the head of an incredibly successful company, named this the Emperor not to get in with the Cougaram authorities, but because he's stupid.
Yes, because it
Well,
sounded
yeah.
cool and fancy and had a lot of money. Yeah.
That sounds very implausible.
I don't think you get in with the
Doesn't
Emperor
our
by
father.
calling I don't think you get in with the Emperor by calling your ship the Emperor. You'd be more likely to say, "Why you use my name?" I think he's not known for his winning personality.
It's not like a flattery thing.
No, not really. Not unless you asked him first, possibly.
Suspicious.
Yes, possibly not. I think Emperor just sounds good.
Do Emperor penguins exist on Shell, Alex?
No.
That eliminates one possibility.
There's probably something else called an emperor or something. I don't know. You wouldn't know either. So you said you wanted to talk to the zoologist.
Yeah, a quick question. I
Yes.
can't remember if Jay did Are they in the same classes as me?
Therion studies, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Cool. But yes,
So
I
you
want
want
to
you
go.
want to talk to them? Yeah.
Well, I want to go talk to the people from the protection.
Do you remember the GBPA, the Global Bestial Protection Agency?
Yeah,
So
I've got it
you go
written down.
You go down. Nice. You go down into the sort of what would you call it? Kind of like a lounge area. Very fancy. There's a bar. There's a gentle jazzy music playing as you sort of walk in. It's nice temperature. There's a good windows along the side that show you what's going on. Some little sort of window screens as well that show what's going on down on the ground. So you can kind of just enjoyable sort of visuals. And there's a couple people milling around, a couple of which you can see are dressed in very similar uniforms, not identical, but very similar uniforms. But they're the only ones that seem to have any kind of uniform other than the ship's uniform. So you would make an assumption that those are your GBPA agents.
Excuse me. Do you mind if
Yes?
I talk to you?
Of course. The one who talks to you is a woman. One is elven and one is humanoid, or at least looks human. They're both humanoid, and neither of them are like particularly notable in looks. They're not like big and buff. They're not got scars. They're just fairly average looking people, light enough skin, just sort of sitting, generally talking to each other. Both women, but the human woman talks to you. Yeah, of course. Take a seat if you wish.
Thank you.
Neva, I believe.
Yes, it is. Thank you. First off, I want to say thank you for helping out with this quest, Vaz.
Yes. Of course, we're always keen to help out with helping when it comes to endangerment and stuff. It does help, of course, that donations come our way, and we are legally required to be here for such a trip. But of course, we are also here by us personally by a volunteer basis.
I hope you don't mind me asking this. It's just that obviously after uni, I will be looking into careers and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering what skill sets I would need if I wanted to join the GPPA.
Well, it depends on what area you want to join into. I mean, we have a complete operation going on, so we have people in legal systems, we have people with operational systems. I have a feeling, as most do, that come this way, you're more interested in actual protection, in looking after animals, something similar to what we're doing here, or looking after or researching beasts around the world. The quickest route to come into something like this is to have a specialization in some kind of bestial studies, whether it be Therion, bestial, something along those lines that gives you a good basis in understanding the animals of Gel, how they work. It also helps to have some sort of work experience, whether it be in some sort of veterinary area or some sort of thing for the GBPA. Not very often we take on work experience, but we do sometimes, or apprenticeships also. Quite helpful, but all of which usually come alongside some sort of an interview that will prove your knowledge. There'll be tests and things to make sure you can help, and then you'll start low down. You aren't going to be helping capture space guppies off the bat, but you may be in farms or other areas who contain, or zoos that contain rare animals, helping under somebody else's leadership to protect and research if that is necessary.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
But knowing that you're from the university, the best thing you can do is get a good degree.
I'm definitely trying to, hence this trip.
Well, hopefully we'll help. Of course, we're going to be taking our own research details as well. It's not very often we get to go up to such a height. As much as we are a large charity and agency, there's not a lot of money to pay for airship travel, especially of this caliber.
Well, obviously this is legally required to have you with us for this one. But if I shall ever do any more research for my university, I will see if the GBPA will come with us.
That's very kind. It may not always be needed, and we may not to put it rudely, we may not be interested in the animal that you are going towards, but
Obviously.
If it is something that will give us valuable information, then we may take you up on that.
Thank you for the information.
Of course. Just so you're aware, obviously, when we get closer, viewing from a distance, that's fine. When it comes to getting closer, myself and my coworker, and of course our wonderful zoologist, we will be taking over slightly. I don't want it to feel like we're being too controlling, but there are certain ways to handle animals, especially like space guppies. If you handle them incorrectly, you can damage the way that they fly. They could be unable to be released back out, and there is a certain level of stress you have to manage, not just from the one that you're going to capture, but from the rest of the school as well. They can become very stressed when one is missing, so
I am very
we will be
aware.
very particular about how we do this.
Yes. Just let me and Jay know how much we can and can't do.
You will
We are
always
just
be
very-
allowed to observe. And if we feel it is a appropriate position, we may allow you to sort of interact a little bit with what is going down,
Thank you very much.
of course. But that'll be mostly the zoologist who takes control of those sides of things. If they say you're not allowed, you will have to respect that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah. And they get back to sort of waiting around, doing their own thing. And eventually, after a good while, you breach above a cloud layer. And a notification comes out that you're going to be hopefully seeing some space guppies soon. And so you'll go out onto the deck, have a look out, and at this point you can just see a sea of clouds, the bright sky above, the two suns shining brightly above you. And it takes a few minutes, but eventually, breaching through the cloud layer, almost like a whale breaching the water, you see a gigantic school of maybe 100, 200 of these, too distant to get the particulars, but these fish-like creatures just blast up and through and start doing these amazing sort of swirling movements. In real life, if you've ever seen birds that do these sort of movements where they make these shapes in the sky, it's that sort of thing as they loop around, they zoom past. Murmurations, there you go, a good word. Switching, changing directions, and the ship comes to a stop, and you can see as the ship comes to a stop, and as they come round and sort of loop around the ship, they are going extremely fast. About as fast as your ship would have been going when you were cruising. They're just zooming around, slowing down a little bit, and then zooming off again, doing these wonderful, wonderful movements. As they zoom past, you can see they have a very interesting look to them. And I'm going to send you a thing and to sort of step out of the game slightly. All of the information, other than adjusting it to fit into the world for this, was created by Sarah. So this is her little world, including, once Discord opens, I can send it, a picture that she drew. So
Sarah likes D&D now?
Sarah likes animals. Not the D&D side.
Sorry, Rowan. I think that means that Sarah should DM the Pokemon campaign.
Okay, here we go. So a wonderful little image I will send over. Discord's being extremely laggy on this PC for some reason. There we go. So, as they zoom past, you can see there's this wonderful, almost torpedo-shaped creature, sort of like a fish, like a long teardrop shape, very shiny silver in color, with a blue tail fin at the back, and this very weirdly sort of open mouth at the front. Their eyes are long across the body. That whole black bit that you can see, that's an entire eye. It's not like a circular eye with some markings. It is a almost triangular teardrop long eye across the body as they zoom around. But weirdly, you can tell that they're not using any kind of fin to move through the sky. They do weave back and forth, but it's not like that's propelling them. The propellant is almost there you go. It's very similar to Joe's just over as a Pokemon.
It's a Timpole.
Just look a little bit like that.
No, sorry, not Timpole. Tynamo.
She didn't get the difference. Anyway, it zooms through the sky. You can see that there's almost like mini explosions coming from what look like natural exhaust pipes on the side as they blast forwards through this sky. And it is one of the most glorious things you've ever seen. You've seen magic, and that's obviously always glorious. But like this sort of natural, almost phenomenon of these things gliding through the sky with little worry about you and your ship is especially amazing. Yeah.
Maisie's below deck looking for an authorized personnel only door.
Of course you are.
Neva's trying to do her best to quickly sketch them in their like formations.
Yeah. So you're so the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to let you sort of suggest anything that you want to do at this point, and I will potentially give you the rolls for it. So with that, I mean, obviously, give me a what role do I want to do? I'm trying to work out whether I want to do nature or. No, I think we will go with a performance. Because that's kind of what we put towards drawing and have done in the past. So shoot me a performance to see how well you can sketch it down.
Rowan, I like these dice. That's a 21.
Oh,
Ooh,
21
nice.
is beautiful. Take notes of everything I say because I'm not going to for now, and then it will sort of result how how well you do later. So yeah, you get a quite a wonderful sketch of it. It's pretty accurate. Noted by the fact that nearby the zoologist is like, yeah, that's a pretty good sketch of it. They're not giving you like cheating information. They're just sort of looking at what you do, and it's a pretty solid like 8.5 out of 10 for accuracy, considering they're zooming past. So there's a pause, 5 minutes or so of just watching them fly around. So give me just for this generic sort of part, give me a perception roll and see how much information I'm going to give you about sort of the things that they do and what you notice about them.
How close are they getting to us?
Pretty close, not close enough that you could touch them, but I'd say within 20 feet above, because there's no masts, so they can like fly across the top, like within about 20 feet, maybe a little closer, varying distances. Like it doesn't seem like they're worried about your existence at all.
What am I rolling now?
Just a perception. It's when Cromwell gets everybody arrested.
That's a 9. I don't like my normal dice.
With a 9, you don't get much. I'd say when it comes to writing about the movement that they take, their sort of movement and speed, you don't get a lot. I'd say give like a 3 out of 10 for accuracy on that. You can tell that they sort of move around left and right, but at least at the moment you can't really tell how they're moving or if there's any specific patterns, or at least their speed. You're guessing they're going somewhere between 200 and 300 miles an hour. Pretty large scope as to how fast that would actually be. So after they've gone around for a bit, you see the zoologist, the two agency workers, and everyone sort of like looking around, having a little bit of a meeting, and you can overhear them. They're not going to block you from going over there. You can overhear them talking about what they're going to do, how they're going to capture, and their safest methodology being they're going to try and match the speed of some of these when they go on like a straight path, try and match the speed of the space guppies and put out to the side something they brought with them, which is an iron net, which they're going to try and gently put around one of the maybe a couple of them, but one of the space guppies. And if they do match the speed, it shouldn't do too much damage. They'll try and draw it in and then safely put it inside of like a sort of a bit of a holding chamber, whilst putting a little bit of safe but like gas inside there to calm it down, calm its nerves. So that's the sort of discussion that's going on at the moment.
How intelligent are these things?
You don't know. Like off the bat, in fact, give me a nature. Let's get some more rolls.
Nature 21.
21. Looking at what they're doing, you don't get the idea that they're particularly intelligent. You get the feeling it's like if you tried to capture, like some fish you can capture by like, I think it's trout. You can sort of tickle its underbelly and it kind of just gives up and you can grab it. Like they don't have a lot going on in the brain department.
I've not spent a great deal of my life tickling trout, so I can't verify that.
Neither have I, but for some reason it is something that I know is possible.
Neva has. Neva's done it a lot. That's her favorite pastime.
Yeah. So after a second or two, you hear the engines spooling up. You'll brace again. This time you're ready for it.
I'm ready for
I'll
this time,
warn
yeah.
the others to brace.
And there's this blast forward, not quite as harsh an acceleration, to try and catch up as the guppies go past alongside. You match, and you can see that you match pretty well. A couple of them, almost in a panic, you can see there's like an extra speed burst that sort of zooms out of them, and a couple of them blast away. But this net comes out sideways, and it slowly closes around one of them and draws back in. And they, whilst everyone's out of the way, very much like when you see on fishing ships, a little less chaotic, but when they have a big net coming in and it's like moving along with a hoist system, all that kind of stuff, sort of coming along, and then it goes down into a pre-created, pre-set up tank, which they seal off, and this little space guppy sort of just like hovers inside this little area. It moves around a little bit before it eventually calms down, and you can see at this point they are, I haven't written down, yeah, it's around 1.5 meters long. It's a very long thing. It was a bit deceptive as it was zooming around, but now that it's next to you, you can see it's actually quite a long creature.
Impressive fish, isn't it?
So now give me, for Neva, give me a nature. Now that you can see it, and again, they give a little pause so you can go over and have a look before they do anything. Right.
I don't like these dice anymore.
Oh.
Your old ones, right?
No, I've just used the new one, and it's just given me a 2, which makes that a 6.
Oh,
Ooh, not very good. You, at the very least, can see what they look like, but trying to work out what the different parts sort of are for, not so much.
I think
So,
although Cal isn't interested in it for his project. Oh, gosh. Sorry, I was just distracted by real nature outside. There's some little birds sitting on the tree outside. Really brightly coloured, reds and yellows, little finch of some sort. Very pretty. Sorry, goldfinch. I've not seen them before here. That's really pretty. So, I think Cal wouldn't, but he's interested in nature in general, so he would actually have a look as well.
well, it's up to you whether you give an assistance or if you.
You'll give him assistance because he would be like, oh, look at that.
Roll again.
Well,
Purdy.
I think you said it's a big fish. Is this a fish? It doesn't live in the water. Would this not be considered more?
He said
like
it's
a
fish shape.
more
I'm in
of a
love with
bird?
these dice again.
I mean, the definition of such.
So that's a natural 20.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh, wonderful. In which case, I'm going to give you a lot of detail that I will then copy and paste to you.
You see, I pointed out just the right thing. See that end? Oh, yeah.
So,
Are you gonna pull out
You
the
can
scroll?
the scroll?
The scroll? Are you gonna pull out the
Oh,
scroll?
I have it written down because the scroll's.
Can you please just pull out the scroll for the sake of it? Thank you.
How this information was presented to me before it's been transferred digitally.
Oh my god, I love it.
Sarah wrote down all of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm actually going to be reading from the screen, but yes, that is.
I want a copy of that scroll, like an actual scroll sent to me.
My note of incredulity in my voice there is not about Sarah's ability to write out that much. I should clarify. It's just about having sat down and like put the time into it. Is a very
It's
thoughtful thing.
amazing.
It is
Making
making
the rest of us look like lousy DMs.
Yeah.
Well, right. I'm trying to put it back into this little this little ribbon. Hang on. There we go. So, put it to the side. So, you can tell that at the front, the mouth end, it has these white fatty lips, and these are the words as written. These are biological that secrete a sticky saliva to trap what you are informed are called magio-organisms, which are like magic microorganisms. It has a shiny, blubbery torso with silver and blue hues, duller colors to sort of blend in with the cloud line. The tail fins are sleek and delicate and contain incredibly bright silver and sky blue hues. Has these dark, large eyes with pinpricks of sky blue in the corner. You get the feeling that all of the like organs or whatever, skeleton structure, everything underneath is under quite a lot of blubber to keep it all very protected. And as I said, it's around 1.5 meters long. You get the feeling there would be variation in there, but this seems to be fully grown. No, they're not midichlorians. What else is in there? I mean, you did get a natural 20 on that, so I want to give you a bit more. Okay, I'll give you a bit more about that food source. So, space
I just
guppies,
love the word blubber.
yes. They feed on these microorganisms, sorry, not microorganisms in the atmosphere, which you would have learned sort of is a thing that exists as in our real world. We have microorganisms. They are magical equivalents of such things that are invisible to the naked eye unless you really know what you're looking for or through a microscope or anything like that, which I guess is exactly what it means when I say invisible to the naked eye. But this seems to be their one sort of food source. They fly around as you're looking at them, still flying around. Their mouth is always open. It doesn't seem to have the ability to close as you look at it. There's no like jaw. And this stickiness around the outside collects all of these organisms, and as they move, it sort of propels it down into their digestive system. There's a load of like biological words in here which you wouldn't know, but effectively there's a little line here that says how they interact in their system. But you get the feeling, having a look at it, that these organisms, they break down, the magic's released, and it allows them to have this sort of internal magical explosion, which is what is propelling them forwards that you have been seeing. And any excess sort of fiery gases are released out of a exit hole on the lower back of the torso. So they're launched constantly forwards. I'm going to send you this whole thing, which has all of these technical tons in it as well.
Thank you. Because I wasn't typing any of that.
I know.
That's no way I was going to.
Are you going to add this to your physical book?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I actually bought new post-it notes for that book, like the translucent ones where you can sketch.
Nice.
So that was in nature. From that point, give me... so I say with the natural 20 as well, just for a bit of the RP side of things. As you're looking at it, the zoologist especially puts on these puts on some gloves and very carefully opens up a part of the this casing, whilst still, obviously ensuring that this guppy is okay. There's a lot of people around, sort of making sure that it doesn't fly away or hurt itself or anyone. And they start sort of looking at it, checking that it's okay, doing more things that would sort of check, is the air quality affecting them in any way? Is there anything that's sort of bad stuff that could be affecting them? But as that sort of comes to a close, they hand you a set of gloves, you and Jameth, and allow you to very gently sort of feel the side. It's a very, very slippery, sleek side to the fish. They say don't touch the front bit with all that sort of the sticky stuff, because that could be bad. You can get bad organisms into their digestive system, but you can look around, get these sort of interactive view it all. It is very calm. Give me an investigation, which will be this and sort of using this to sort of give a bit more information around
17.
in its whole. 17 is pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, so you get the sort of behavioral ideas in your head. You can tell that, especially with this one, it's been helped out a little bit, but they're pretty calm and docile creatures who just seem to sort of fly around, feed. They don't really have like faults in the same way, so they just sort of fly around doing their things. And this one doesn't seem to be particularly scared of you. Like the interaction, how you hear of some animals on certain islands that have never interacted with a predator, so they don't really get scared of anything. You kind of get that kind of a vibe. And yeah, you see this sort of behavioral thing of them making wonderful patterns in the sky, but you realize that now that one has been separated from the group, these wonderful, perfect shapes are a little more chaotic. They're a little more sporadic, and they're sort of not panicking especially, but they seem to have broken up to like a reaction to one being captured to help the rest of them not be captured as easily, if that makes any sense. You can tell that they live in pretty large packs. Like I said, about 100 or 200 in this school, and like I said, that sort of separation is a bit of a worry. And I'll give you a little bit as well. You're a 17. It's high for especially the level that you're at. You can tell that every now and again, especially now, they have this sort of like extra burst of speed, which you saw, which blasts them forwards for a significant amount of time, almost as though if something's about to catch them, they can sort of turn on a little bit of a reserve and fire off to hopefully escape. I'll give you those. And the final part of this would be, they close it up, make sure it's okay. They put a little tag, a non-invasive tag on it so they can track sort of movements and migration patterns, things like that. And they release it out very carefully, let it sort of fly off on its own, and it eventually rejoins the school, and they get back into their usual stuff. And the only last part of this, and the only thing you want to do, would be conversational stuff with the actual zoologist to talk about, stuff that you can't find out from looking at it, cultural things or, laws around them, things about offspring, that kind of stuff. At this bit, I'm going to let you ask the questions, see what the zoologist says.
Hang on.
How'd Jay do?
And things. Jameis is getting along, probably not getting as much as Neva, but Neva's extremely intelligent. But you haven't really seen this, like, not excited, but very interested part of Jameis. She's up till now seemed very sort of like, yeah, whatever, things exist, I don't care. But when it comes to this interaction with nature, she's very interested. In fact, her whole too cool for school demeanor has basically just sort of melted away into someone that is closer to Neva, a bit more of a nerd on the whole subject.
Well, Macy still hasn't seen it because she's looking for the authorized personnel.
True, but everyone else has. We'll get to that in a second.
I don't know what questions to ask. I don't know.
Give me a intelligence roll.
I got a question.
Your question, who has time to come up with all this stuff? 16. Okay. Then you can ask a good couple questions on breeding and offspring.
Yeah, there we go. Because my brain didn't think about that at all.
Then possibly some questions about poaching and the laws around them, because you did hear about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe a little bit of like a habitat sort of question.
Mm-hmm.
So the breeding, you find out. In fact, actually, now let's go for conversational stuff with charisma. What have we got? It's not persuasion or deception. I don't know. It's hard to. I should think about these things, shouldn't I? Go with. Just go with like a straight charisma roll. I know you don't get to add your stuff onto it, but I'll factor it. Just see how charming you are as a person.
10.
All right, it's all right. So, when it comes to breeding, you find out that adult space guppies mate for life. And the terminology for their courting is called a space waltz, or at least it's what they call it in the usual thing. Basically, they will weave over and under each other individually for over 3 weeks, with those loops getting tighter and tighter until eventually they're mated. Not that you asked for the nitty-gritty details of such things. The offspring, you'll love this, are called spuppies.
Spuppies!
They have about 1 or 2 spuppies when they give birth. And this comes with the question of, are they fish? I mean, like sharks, they give birth to fully formed spuppies. And either the female or the male can carry, it's just random. And the gestation period is 1 year.
Gender fluid guppies?
Yeah. It's like they do have recognizably different features for like a sex, like male and female, but the mechanisms are set up in such a way that it's kind of just random which one carries. On the poaching side of things, effectively, I mean, you learn less about this because they seem a little more, with your 10, they seem a little less to give it to you. But you know that it's illegal to down or kill space guppies or just harm them in any way, which is because about 10 years after they were discovered, they became very endangered because they make a particular dye color if you like kill them and take their fins, which became hugely in demand, which meant poaching was really high, and they went down to very small numbers, and now it is legal to do so to make sure that that sort of thing doesn't happen anymore. And that's probably about all you get overall for your 10 and your questions, which is still pretty decent. You got some good rolls in there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Carly had some questions. And anything else? I'll release the information blasting. No. You said Carly had questions.
Oh no, that was I was going to
Sorry.
say it was the same question. It was the about the breeding as well.
Cool. And if there's nothing else, eventually everything calms down, and the guppies are left to their own thing. Meanwhile,
Wow, that was very, very impressive.
Whilst you're still typing up everything, Maisie, you go for a wander around the ship. You take the opportunity of everybody being distracted to have a little wander down in the gallows and all the under stuff. Now, you're aware that you'll only have time to maybe find 2 different doors that say authorized personnel. You definitely only have time to, if you're going to, break into 1. So you have a little look around, and you find 1 door that says authorized personnel on, that's kind of close to the side of the ship. So there wouldn't be like a lot of space behind it, but you don't know if it would be a long, thin room or just a small room. And you find a second one that it's a bit of a weird setup. It's almost like a square room in the middle of the ship that you can kind of walk the whole way around with 1 door. It's not particularly large, maybe 10 by 10.
Can I try to... I don't know whether this would be insider investigation on whether or not which one would be more likely to have informational stuff. Like, not necessarily valuable objects, but valuable information.
Give me a... Ooh, it's hard to decide, isn't it? It would be...
I would really love for it to be insight.
What's insight based on?
Wisdom.
It is wisdom, isn't it? Yeah, give me an insight, because I was thinking that anyway, and it is a very sort of like... You're trying to work out situationally. There's not a lot of like physical information.
Well, I rolled below a 10, but it comes out to a 15, because I have expertise in it.
Okay. Your insight into the situation, you're thinking if you're looking for information, it's the long one. It could contain files and stuff, but it seems unlikely. It would be like an awkward place to have a load of file systems. The sort of square room, you could believe it to be more of an office. Not that it necessarily is, but it takes more the shape of somewhere that someone would work.
Yeah, and the stuff on the side of the ship is probably more so for loading purposes. That'd be where cargo.
Do you think possibly? You don't know if it then connects to the outside or not.
Yeah, but it would more so than the center one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I guess I'll try the square room. It goes in the square room.
It goes in the square room. So it says authorized personnel, and of course it has a little lock. How come your thieves' tools?
Yes. That's a natural 18 plus whatever the hell. Is it Dex and proficiency since?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, if you're proficient.
Dex proficiency is another 5, so 23.
23, pretty good. It's not a particularly complex lock. This is, more of those. It's honourable to not just break into somewhere like this. But that does give you a little bit of a less hopeful spark that it wasn't like a high security lock. So it's unlikely there's anything stupidly necessary in here. You walk in, and it is not just an office. Like, you were expecting to see a desk in the middle and bookshelves around the side. It's more of like one long desk that goes along two of the walls with multiple chairs, and then a few like not particularly scientific, but more sort of like for working on things, more tools for working on things, for looking at things, possibly for cleaning things. Like if they have, you get the idea, if they have some precious cargo that needs taken care of, it would go into here. And in the corner, there is a sort of temperature controlled, humidity controlled chamber. Nothing in it, it's turned off at the moment, but that would be for like old scrolls that need specifically looked after or whatever. There are a few sort of like file drawers. You're not filled with a lot of hope that there'll be much in there, but they do exist.
I'll dig through it, see if I can find anything.
Sure,
Even
give me an investigation.
bank statements or anything like that as well. Whoa! Sorry,
Bye.
No, dear.
Re-roll that in the box. That's another natural 18. But investigation is a dirty 20. A dirty 20.
A dirty 20. There's not the information here. So there's one particular filing cabinet that's full of just like information, like basic information on looking after commonly used things. They're like rule books, effectively, of like how to look after this, how to look after that. Which is alongside another one that is like a load of drawers of tools, very nicely laid out, specific tools for specific situations. And the final set of drawers is like a historical information about what's been through. So there's a lot about like a lot of it is about like particular wines, very like so. Some of the wines they can collect and move around or bring to themselves are like the ones that you know, as the strangelings found in an old temple. They need to be looked after, especially in the long range, to keep value.
How far back does it go?
It only goes back like the last couple years.
No, okay.
Nothing too especially far, but there's things like some of the wines, if they're made specially for particular people, they get stored in here, looked after. Pressure and stuff like that. But it does highlight that not all of it is wine based. In fact, some of it you don't recognize what they are, but like it seems they're other objects. Whether they're magical or not, it doesn't state, but like things that imply it could be old manuscripts, old scrolls, some historical stuff that needs specially looking after, possibly even like old like physical things like gold, jewels, things like that would also need looking after. Artifacts type things, not artifact in the magical sense, artifact in they're just old kind of things.
Stones the size of an apple.
Yeah,
yeah,
stones
exactly.
the size of an apple.
Again, nothing is particularly like they say like the names of the objects, so it could be like you get the idea that some of it's jewelry because it'll say like amulet of, but then you don't know where it's come from or what it is, and then other bits it just gives it a name like it doesn't say this, but like if it just said like the opulence, you're just like, well, I don't know what that is. It just says it's there. So and that only takes up about maybe 5% of the things that have come through. Not a huge amount, but you get the feeling they're pretty high value stuff that need a lot of taking care of. More like your wine, like a standard bottle of wine would sell for 10 gold. One of these amulets would sell for 2,000 gold or more, like hugely expensive things. But you can hear things starting to clear up upstairs. You're not too far away from it, and you can hear like announcements and things, and you get the feeling you're going to need to abandon ship pretty quick.
I'll throw it away.
Back
where it came from. Back where. Yeah, carefully. I don't care if people find out.
You put it back in, stuff it all back in, get out. Do you relock the door? No? Okay. And then you head back up and put on your best acting face as all the space guppies. In fact, actually, when you get up there, you're like, oh my god, look, that's pretty actually impressive just seeing all these space guppies flying around.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Neva, what's your passive? Perception?
11.
11. Are you trying to sneak up back onto the deck?
Just casually going. If I was stealthing at all, I would suggest it be a charisma-based stealth check, because I'm not trying to hide. I'm just trying to be matter of fact.
So are you trying to act as though you weren't doing anything malicious? As you come back up?
Nonchalant. Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a. I'm trying to think. I want to throw at you like a performance.
Sure. I think that's
give me
better
a
than
performance.
raw charisma. Yeah. Sure. Natural 15 for an 18.
A natural 15 for an 18. Very nice. Yeah, it's pretty convincing. You do notice, of course, Neva, that Maisie comes up from below deck, but she's not doing much. I mean, it depends how much you care. I think you'd be distracted, so you're probably a bit like, okay, she wasn't around.
I think even
But
if I
then-
wasn't really that distracted, I wouldn't care that much.
Yeah, you wouldn't be
I
too
know that
surprised.
she's on one about finding out information, and to be honest, Neva kind of wants to know the information.
And after a while, the airship, of course, cruises back round to your school. It's probably, you would have left at like 9 in the morning, a little early for some of you. And you've come back a good like 4 hours later. So it's approaching midday for a nice bit of spot of lunch as you all come back down. Parks over your accommodation, and you all approach the teleportation again.
Are we going to find it? Am I going to feel the same when we go back down again?
Probably.
Possibly.
Anyone want a bucket I can take with me?
Yeah, one of the crew just hands you a bucket.
Okay.
It has
I
like.
hope I don't need it, but you know.
On it.
Yeah, it's a very, very fancy bucket. It's like a weirdly fancy
It has
bucket.
the logo in yeah.
Gilded edges on the tip of the bucket. Just...
This is a very nice bucket, is this? It's a shame what I'm about to do to it.
So,
If I'm
Right,
got
here I
logo,
go.
you can just keep it.
I
the
don't
two-
think they'll want it back after I've used it.
the two sisters, bomb, absolutely fine, nothing happens. Carly, give me a Constitution save.
Constitution 7. Boop. Ha ha ha. 23.
A 23. You hold it in. You get down. You sort of get teleported down, blasted downwards, and your stomach you get that horrible feeling like you've gone over a hill, and it's like, but you're fine. You're right. You're right.
Oh dear.
Give me a Constitution save as well.
I would like to be the last to go again.
Sure. So everyone else goes down. You are the last one waiting. The people around is the captain came over just to say a farewell. And then there's just a few crew around, just like standard operating crew.
Cool. I'll just say to the captain before I go, be like, so it seems like you know the kind of people that the girls are, yeah?
I know them fairly well. I have not interacted with them on a personal level too often. Every now and again, I captain the ship that they will be transported with, but I have not inquired too much into their personal lives.
And do you have much contact with the Lord and Lady Montgomery Cartwright?
My interactions tend not to be with the hires of the family. I will be spoken through operations.
But you could get a message to them if you needed to.
It is unusual for me to send messages, but it is possible.
Okay, I was just going to say if they would be interested in having a closer eye kept on them, they should maybe just get in touch and we could work something out.
Give me persuasion.
Bold of you to assume that they don't already have a close eye kept on us.
16.
16. He pauses and he says, I can pass along a message, but I cannot promise that anything will be done.
Yeah, no, of course. Just pass it along, and I'm sure they already have my contact information.
Okay, well.
And since the others didn't say it, goodbye, Captain. I hope you have a very safe trip. And then I'll walk off.
We would have said it.
I'm assuming Kylie did. Neither probably.
Maisie just gave one of those.
Sayonara, bitches.
Neither definitely would have said goodbye and thank you.
Yeah. So you hop down. So give me a Constitution save as you confidently teleport down.
It's a nat 1, so it's not going to be very
Oh dear.
Serve you right.
No.
That's okay, because Cal will be waiting with the bucket just in case.
Yeah, you hop down to the bottom, see the bucket, and just immediately like vomit again. Any nice food that you had whilst you were up there? Off it goes.
Does he vomit ocean water?
I wouldn't imagine so. No,
I wasn't drinking. I presume I wasn't offered salt water
No.
as a beverage.
You went off the ocean.
Don't act like that. It's an out-of-pocket question.
No, I get that question.
I vomit cosmic fluid because why not?
Oh no, you're doing so much with like jellyfish and water and shit.
Yeah, but it's not. He ate food. Just normal food, fancy food.
I mean, it wouldn't
It's
be
a magic
make it
world.
different.
I vomit up flaming hair because I know that's what you want to see.
Yeah, you look in the bucket and it's normal looking vomit.
I'll just
Cromwell.
I'll just swish my wand at it and press to digitate it away, and then hand it back to Cal.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Yeah.
You're
Maybe
welcome.
have a sit down. I think you're looking a bit peaky.
And on that disgusting,
I always look like this.
a disgusting note, we will take a break for 10 minutes.
Grand.
Look at that! You did a research. Now you have to write a 5,000-word essay.
And Sarah is going to mark it.
Yes.
Does she have to roll for essay?
Yeah, roll for essay. But later. We'll work that
I
out.
say not now, please.
Right, 10 minutes, then we'll be back for whatever.
10
happens.
minutes. That's about 20 past. Yeah.
Yeah, close enough.
Grand.
We'll see you then.
Oh, zero.
Hello, and welcome to Dicebreakers, a TTRPG podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and GM, and with me are Rowan, Purdy, Mark, and Jomo, wonderful players. How you all doing after the break?
Fuck you.
Tremendous. I have my coffee.
Haha! I've got enough steam out. Wait, no. We're putting the whole thing up on YouTube, so it's not... We're halfway
I
through.
finally listened to the bloody intro and fuck you.
Wait, how far through the intro did you get?
Like 1 minute 28.
So do you know why it was that you were late? Are you willing to tell us about some of them?
No,
The,
I didn't get that bit.
pre-recorded intro.
Cool.
But
Why
I'm
am I
sure
late?
I'm sure you could agree with why you were late.
Yeah. It's fine. We understand that you've got an important job to do, and if people don't like it...
I would like to know why I'm late.
I just have to listen back with you. So, before the break, this lot did a couple of things. Primarily, Maisie woke up with a bit of a start, with some interesting things happening. Some sort of maybe a vision, maybe a dream, don't know, but she thought she woke up groggy and horrid and all these sorts of things. Opened up her dorm door and saw a figure in black with a completely blackened out invisible face, sucking out light over some kind of other body, potentially killing it. It was very disorienting. Anyway, she woke up from that pretty quickly when Jameis was like, hey yo, what's happening? Later in that day, Cromwell went off and collected and has not yet delivered a package for his professor that he meets with once a week, which you've called Special Professor Time or whatever the hell you named it.
Professor Morthagus and Cromwell special one-on-one time.
No!
And on the Saturday,
That's so worrying.
And on the Saturday, they went up in a fancy airship and delivered a research into space guppies.
And vomited.
So, you have come back down from that. It's about lunchtime on the
And
Saturday.
vomited.
You did. Anything on the weekend that you'd like to do, or in fact in the coming week? Because I don't have anything to throw at you until the next Saturday.
You mean I missed my clubs?
What, Saturday morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the one that arranged it for that. Actually, well, to be fair, you were told it would arrive on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunately, any in that time you wouldn't have been able to go to.
I will give Professor Morthagus his thing.
Sure. So if nothing happens at the weekend, when it comes around to the Tuesday, yes, you go up to Professor Morthagus, your standard meeting, and he seems a little distracted, but it's hard to tell with him. He's not particularly sociable in the first place. And you hand him over the box that I'm amazed you didn't look into. And he says, thank you. Yes, wonderful. Takes it off for you, and you have a fairly standard thing. He's not too into it. It finishes early. and you feel as though something was off, but you can't really say what.
I would ask him.
He doesn't answer. He's like, no, it's fine. All things fine. And he, as you finish off early, it's like, well, yeah, it's about all for today. Won't be able to do next week though. I mean, you shouldn't be anyway. You got your exams coming up, so you can, don't worry about the meeting next week.
Okay. What about half term?
Well, no, I'm not going to be around.
Okay. So week after that.
Well, so yeah, today is the 7th, 14th and 21st, and 28th. No meeting up. 14th I can't do. 21st you have exams, which you should be studying for, and the 28th I will be away. So.
Okay. Any jobs that you want me to be doing in the meantime?
No, I haven't got anything for you at the moment. Yes, thank you for collecting this. Collecting this.
That's all right. With where we got it from, they had like a lot of components and stuff, and I've met the owner of the Magic Shack at the. I nearly said the supermarket there. That's not what it is. At the shopping mall. I was just wondering if you had any like recommendations of stuff I should look into, or just items or something that might make me a better sorcerer, wizard. I don't know.
Anything that you want to research into. You want to be a good wizard or sorcerer, you need to take the initiative and research as much as you can. And if anything you want to research into, find it. I can't be the one to tell you what to research into.
Well, do you have like a spell book that you use? Do you just kind of have it all in your brain?
Yeah, a mixture of this, mixture of that. I mean, a lot of wizards use spell books. They need them to use. I have one for some of the more powerful stuff, but a lot of it's in my head.
Sure, great. I'll probably do that then. I think when I first got here and I asked someone about who are the most powerful wizards around. I think they were like, Professor Morthagus is probably the most powerful wizard around.
I don't buy into the comparative stuff. I have learned a lot. I can do a lot, and I teach a lot. Whether people want to think I'm the most powerful, they can do. I don't care.
Okay.
If you want to be a good sorcerer, a good wizard, then you shouldn't bother yourself with competitive comparisons. It's very bad.
Sure. All right. Well, I'll see you in like a month then. You have to get in touch with me if you've got any jobs that need doing. Okay, bye.
During that week, the 2 meetings that Maisie you'd have with Professor Graythorne,
Sorry,
nothing particularly comes out of them other than the normal. She's still asking whether you've had any more experiences, whether you are, how you're feeling. Still diving into that sort of like psychological side of things, asking about how you feel with your parents and all that kind of stuff. Sort of trying to help guide you and help you to understand, what you're feeling and why you're feeling and all those sorts of things.
Sorry, I do have something else that I would want to do before I forget. But I'll let you finish what you're doing first.
Well, I was just going to ask if there's anything that Maisie brings up in either of the sessions.
Not in those, but during her trainings with Velka, I think she'd bring some stuff up.
Sure. So, obviously, your standard trainings, which are plodding along perfectly nicely, you're moving out of the more boring, like, stance stuff. A little more interesting. She's got you working with, like, a piece of string with a heavy knot at the end, which is, reasonable. And you probably bash yourself with it a couple times, understanding. At first, you'd be like, but I want to use the big chain with a knife on it. And then she's saying you probably shouldn't. And then when you like hit yourself in the arm with it, you're thinking, I don't want to admit it, but probably a good thing it wasn't a blade flying at me. But yeah, what do you bring up with that?
I think probably towards like the end of the lesson, she just say, what would you do if you knew somebody was lying to you about something you had all business in the world knowing about?
A very heavy question for A weekday.
It's been a tough week.
I mean, I've had many situations where people lie to me. It depends how much you care.
I mean, it's directly about me, so I care.
Do you care that they're lying to you, or do you just want to know the information?
I just want to know the information.
Well, a younger version of me would have suggested sneaking somewhere, stealing things, forcing information. But I've learned that it doesn't always work. It can work. I will be 100% honest with you. It'll work. The repercussions are normally the problem with such an approach, so it really depends on whether you care about repercussions or relationships sticking around and things like that. If I were put into a situation where someone holds information from me, if it were about me or about my own safety, I'd be more forceful. If it were about information about myself, I might seek other routes, see if I can find out for myself. I learned independence a long time ago. I mean, my parents, they disappeared a long time ago. The only father figure I ever had was Professor Vasvias, and it wasn't the usual father-daughter relationship. So I learned to be independent fairly early. And I found that if you want something done, find it out yourself. That being said, of course, I am a teacher, and professionally, I should tell you.
Of course,
to
yeah.
Take,
no breaking into things, stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's okay. If there's anything troubling, you're welcome to. I'm going to assume you don't like talking about things, so you're welcome to, have a session punching things in the face or stabbing things. If you want, we can get some, of some of the test dummies out and give them a stump.
Yeah, let's do that on Friday instead of the normal lesson.
Well, we should pause off lessons for a second. I know you've got your examinations coming up, and as I'm sure you're aware, the movement theory test is a part and part. You will be partly writing things, but partly there will be a physical examination similar to that which you entered the university with.
There's writing?
They shouldn't be news to you.
I totally forgot the writing portion.
Well, I mean, there's your writing for your subterfuge as well. That is a fully written test.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So we'll avoid these lessons for the next few weeks and return them back to them after your break.
All right. Thanks again. Oh.
Okay.
See you.
You would have got the same. You would have got the same sort of information from Professor Gonthal as well, holding off on distracting you from revising and such until the new year. Cromwell, you did want to do something else.
Yes. Oh, yes. Sorry, I was just thinking. Did I? Yes. I would have, like the next day after we got back, gone to the student union to see if anyone had left a note and deposit for finding out more about the airship.
There is one.
Great.
10 gold. The name is kind of scribbled, but the most you can work out is something like. There's like 4 names. It's some rich person name like Flibforth the Third, Right Honourable Bimbom. It's just some rubbish that you don't really care about. But there's 10 gold attached to it, and it's some information of what room the Right Honourable Bimbom, that they reside in, and sort of interested in learning information.
Okay, 10 gold to me. Excellent. Yep. Add. And you said it's got the room number?
Mm-hmm.
Is it in our building?
I mean, everyone lives in the same set of buildings. It's not in physically the same like structure, but it's just the other side of the same.
Yes,
set.
But so it isn't the people whose door I fucked with, and it isn't the people in Gale's flat.
No.
Okay, that's fine. In that case, I'll ask the SU if they would deliver a note to this person for me.
Yeah, they accept that they can do such a thing.
Cool, and I will just put on airship property of Montgomery Cartwright Wine Corporation, or whatever the company's called, transporting family members.
Sure.
Which is all that was promised. I said.
No, I know.
Yeah.
What, you mean you were being, being facetious?
No.
Yeah, fine.
And I'll ask them to send that to him, and I'll sign my name and say, "Contact me if you need more business."
Yes, and they say there's a 3 silver postage.
I'll just take it and slip it under his door myself then.
Sure. So you take that, wander over, put it under the door with Right Honourable Bim Bom written on it, and abandon ship.
Right Honourable Bing Bong.
That's what I said.
You said Bing
Right
Bong.
Honourable Bing Bong.
Bim Bom.
Now Neva's got access to her bank card again.
Yes.
She will give Cromwell whatever the sum of money they agreed upon is.
I'm gonna let you RP that one because there's more to that than.
From which bit?
Was it a month? Oh, I've got my notes buried, so I can't remember.
So initially, just so that we're both on the same page,
Yep.
initially it was, I think
Was it 10 gold?
it was 10 gold a month, but we had kind of squared that away when you broke our contract about it. So I had said, don't even bother about it. So currently, you don't owe me any gold.
No, I know. I know that. Neva's just like, I said I would give you 10 gold, so I'm giving you 10 gold.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Cromwell has so many threads out there that you can't keep track of them all anymore.
He's a money
Actually,
maker.
how much gold do we get a month?
I can't remember.
No, I can't.
I think it's 10. I think it was 10 gold. You were saying you just give the money that you got.
Oh,
No, she wouldn't have given her full money away.
That does sound familiar.
I'm pretty sure it's 10 gold because you were like, whatever. Because he was like, I can't believe you get that money. And you were like, whatever, I have the family card.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yes, because the family card is separate to what she gets
Yeah.
given money.
So should I add 10 gold to mine if we're both getting...
Yeah, I don't remember what day of the month I set it to, but sure, let's go with the first. I'll
Well,
set
I'm gonna...
a recurring thing.
Cool.
I'm going to remove 10 gold from what she's already got and give Cromwell 20 gold and say sorry for breaking the contract. And for being such a twat for the past month.
He will happily take the extra 10 gold and go, I forgive you. Because I think that is actually the first time that you've apologized. So yes, I do. And I know that you know, even though you blame me for putting your sister in danger, that is not my intention. And
I know.
in the spirit of reparations, you should know, Cal can back me up on this. Your sister has made overtures about robbing whatever bank your parents use. I said that she couldn't do it.
Why would... Matey, why do you want to rob the bank for?
She's not in the common area, she's in her room.
Yes, I would not have said that if she was in the room.
Oh. Why does Matey want to rob the bank for?
Am I in the room?
I would not have said it if anyone else was in the room. She had said, basically, she doesn't trust your parents.
I know
she
that
feels
bit.
aggrieved by that. But other than that, you would have to find that out by yourself. However, obviously, you didn't hear it from me.
Okay. Right, okay. So, yes. I do apologise. I know my sister can get into difficulties by herself. However, I will say I have noticed when with you, those chances do multiply a tad.
Are you
I'm
taking
not
into
saying-
account, because we went out like yesterday, so that will, if you're going on by averages, that will have brought down the averages.
I do agree that does bring down the averages. However,
Mhm.
the averages are a lot higher than if she's by herself. I'm not saying you're a bad influence. I'm just saying your presence does escalate things.
Yeah, because I know how to take care of myself, so I would suggest.
Unfortunately, my sister doesn't, even though she likes to think she does.
Well, I was going to say I would suggest that your sister does, but everyone, myself included, and Cal, could do better with picking our moments. I, perhaps, can be too quick to take care of myself. You and Cal, perhaps, are not quick enough.
Agreed.
So, just get used to the fact that you might have to kill people.
I would prefer not to.
I'm pretty sure you've already done it.
I know. I mean, anymore. I would
She's
also
still there.
prefer.
I thought we'd all killed people at this
Yeah, I
point.
thought we had.
We were
No, I
attacked
don't
by
believe so. You've attacked violently.
barbarians.
Samir had to kill people saving your asses. But then the last time you went out and fought people, they ambushed you and you all did non-deadly damage.
We
But we
killed
were part of-
creatures.
We were part of the fight where the two Loxodons were killed.
Yes, but
Yeah.
it was Samir who
Neva?
did the killing. Neva was part of
You
the
came
rescue
with
party.
Samir,
Yeah, you were part of the rescue party.
so
Yeah,
I'm
that's
considering it that we all killed them.
Terminology.
Collective thing.
So yeah, just get used to the fact that you might have to kill people, and that's just part of life.
I would prefer not to. That is not why I came to uni, and that's not what I plan to do in my life. However, I understand that we all get into situations that may risk our lives and risk other people's lives.
Yeah, like following people after you said that you weren't going to.
Yes, and like I'm
Yes.
saying, I am trying to apologise for my past actions and my future actions.
No, I understand that. The future bit hadn't escaped me.
I
Look,
will be doing
can't
this
be
again.
perfect. I know I will mess it up. And I want to make you aware I am trying not to.
Do I get 20 gold every time you do? Because in that case,
No.
okay, well, this is just like a one-time.
Yes, this is my apology.
Oh, okay,
And I know money talks with you.
yeah. I'd prefer 20 gold every time you mess up if that is of any comfort.
I know you would. However, that is not going to happen. Because I think I would actually be broke by the time I end up giving you 20 gold every single time. Because my parents won't keep subsidising it.
Well, that's very self-aware of you. So I think
am
a good
trying.
amount of personal growth here. I'm proud of you.
I am very much trying. It's very trying. I'm trying to understand what it'd be like to not be in grow up in the situation I've grown up in. And
Oh, it
I'm
sucks.
make myself
To not
aware.
be a peasant.
That was the word that she was going to use. I am very much aware that you haven't had the luxuries that I have had, and that sometimes I can be very snobby. Just don't expect it to change overnight.
No, well, I appreciate that you've said that you will try. And I think it is, as I said, I think it's a moment of growth that you are recognizing that out loud in front of all these people, he says, gesturing to an empty room. So, good for you. 20 gold every time you make a mistake would go a long way.
Not happening.
And yeah, I feel like we've made good progress today.
Are you still going to try and keep out of trouble?
We have different definitions of trouble. I never go looking for trouble. I look for jobs. And if I'm unaware of the amount of trouble, it's still not enough. It's not even close.
How much do you need?
As much as I can get.
I have just spent the past, how many weeks was it? Without my family bank card.
Oh gosh, it was like a month or more, maybe a couple months. No, probably about a month. A month.
Yeah. I have just spent the
Maybe a bit
past
less.
month without access to my lifeline of money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I survived that pretty well.
Yeah, you did really well with having no income, in a place where you get free food and free accommodation.
Yes.
You've done super well.
And that's coming from me, who has had an unlimited amount of money given to me at every possible chance.
Yeah, you don't need to rub
Why
it in.
do you need all this money right now?
Right. Well, it's not necessarily for right now. There's, let's just say I'm starting, or have been starting a stockpile for a rainy day, and on that day, I might need a lot of gold.
What do you think this rainy day is going to be?
Expensive. Really expensive.
When do you think this rainy day is going to be? What's going to cause this rainy day?
God, I don't really want to tell you, but you have been quite open with me today and quite emotionally vulnerable, which is rare for you. So, I would like to make some changes to my life. And I... no, you... Okay, I'll simplify it this way. I'll put it in very super simple terms. You've been emotionally vulnerable. I will open up. That's fair. That's reciprocal. My mother, I've mentioned a couple of times.
Unfortunately, not with us anymore.
We were very close. She was killed.
Okay.
I know who did it.
Okay.
And there's not a lot that I can do about that at the moment.
May I ask who did it, or how high up are they?
You can ask. I'm not going to tell you. Not yet. Maybe some point in the future. I don't want to put you in any danger. I don't want to put myself in any danger.
All I'm going to say to that is just remember you have friends in the right places who know people in other places. And if by any reason you may need to rely on that, I will try my best.
Is that something I can hold you to?
That I will try my best? Yes.
Fantastic. It's a blood pact.
Just don't expect the world from me, because there is only so far I can go.
No. I certainly could have a use for you on a rainy day.
Okay. Just in the run up to the rainy day, please don't put my sister or me or any of our other friends in too much danger.
Not on purpose. That's a very important point. It's not on purpose. If that happens.
And like I said, it's a very important point that I will try my best.
Yeah. And like I said, 20 gold is, it's helpful.
I'm glad we have this understanding.
Yeah. And I will remember your promise forever.
Where were you guys having this conversation?
I had assumed that because we were having it without anyone else there, and you had said about coming to me, I assumed we were in my room.
Yeah.
Sure. It was just a question of whether anyone would walk in eventually, but if it's your room, then probably not. No.
I will say there is still a big block of ice in the sink, with rotting remains of the pie from our first week, just frozen over.
Why have you still got that?
Midnight snack.
It's rotten.
Bits of it are rotten, and that's fine.
No, Cromwell, you need to dispose of that. And this is not me trying to be motherly and telling you what to do. I'm just saying, for your safety, you need to get rid of that. And I am happy to replace it.
I'll think about it.
It's not me being motherly, but for your safety.
Not me being motherly, but I'm going to say the most motherly thing I could. Right.
Yeah.
Eventually, obviously, your conversation comes to a close. The week passes on, and you get to another weekend, another week having gone. Things are getting slightly more stressful. There is a lot more.
Cal will be doing a lot of revision at this point.
Yes, there's a lot more notice being put to the fact that you are now on the 11th. The first exam is on the 17th, and that is Arcane Theory. So the way that the exams are going to be is 17th, which is a Friday, there's Arcane Theory. Then there's a weekend. Then there is an entire week of exams, which goes history.
Subterfuge.
History is on the 20th, Subterfuge and Enchantment on the 21st, Psychology and Therion Studies on the 22nd, Movement Theory on the 23rd, and Botany on the 24th. What? And then you have the weekend, and that's technically when the half term starts, but half term officially starts on the 27th.
I will advise Maisie that everyone knows you get a mark for writing your name down. There's probably a hidden mark for correcting the spelling of subterfuge. Who
needs to know how to spell?
Maisie,
it's not very well. Eaten.
So Maisie is not one for note taking. She's the type of person who's like, I'll remember the important stuff. So being forced to remember that there's a writing portion to Movement Theory and Subterfuge is completely written, she's like, oh fuck.
Another thing that would have been highlighted is that on every single weekday from the 13th to the 16th after school, there is a revision club.
Neva would definitely be arranging extra revision clubs within our apartment.
Sure.
And Cal will be going to revision clubs as well.
We're not there yet. There is something that happens on the 11th, Saturday the 11th.
Just horrendous diarrhea.
We've all eaten a bit of that oink pot pie and we're just shitting out.
Whoever wakes up first, it's either Neva or Kyla. Who's waking up first on a Saturday morning?
Me.
Which Saturday is this, sorry?
The 11th.
Neva.
The 11th.
Calais is an early riser, but probably not as early as Neva. Not this 50 exams.
Neva likes to get up, get the shit done before the club, which is at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, with
horrendous diarrhea, get shit done.
Yeah.
So, you wake up. You're groggy, you wake up, get outside, and on the coffee table, there is a letter. Not the first time this has happened.
Which letter? Is it addressed to anyone?
It is the letter F next to the letter U. No, it's an envelope.
Huh?
Is it addressed to anyone in particular? She will open it then.
Cool. You open it up. It's one of those where it's not. I did say envelope, but it's more of those where like a piece of paper is folded and kind of sealed on itself rather than an actual envelope. And it just reads 11 p.m. Dugnack dreams again. Des.
Des?
Isn't that officer?
Yes.
Well, I mean, yeah. Neva is currently the only one awake. Eventually, of course.
It was the guy who went to the broccoli dungeon with us.
No, that was...
No, it's not him?
No, Des hooked us up with that person.
Oh, okay.
It's just the...
Isn't Des the one that we've got to help us in the alley when we
in the alleyway, yeah.
So Des is the, we presume, not corrupt police.
That's the one.
Abingdon Tripe was the contact. No, Des is not the captain either. The captain is Armandel. Who the fuck is Des?
It is Del.
Okay.
It's Del. I get, for some reason in my brain, Del and Des, it's like one letter out, and I keep getting the two of them mixed up.
Okay.
Neither wipes some sleep out of her eye and reads it.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
It's Captain Del. Yeah.
What time is it now?
Whatever time you woke up.
I'd probably wake up about 7ish.
So you got 14 hours.
Probably get up at about 7:30, 7:45, and that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Okay, when Carl
in
gets up,
Cal's case, it's because he wants to get him to do a bit of revision before he goes off to get on with the day.
when Carl wakes up,
coffee.
Neva will just go up to them and be like, "Hey, I found this letter."
Oh, that's that's that police captain, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, I suppose we should go and see what they want.
More trouble.
Well, we did say we'd help if they needed it.
Yeah. Are we gonna skip Dragon Chess for this or Dragon Chess then this? Because I mean, everyone's not gonna be up in time.
Well, I'm
It's
happy
for
to
11
use
PM,
Dragon
right?
Chess the ones. I tell you what, I'll give you a game of Dragon Chess later on.
Oh yeah, it's 11 PM, isn't it? Not AM.
11 PM. Well, in that case, no.
Fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna wake anybody and tell them about it until
No,
then.
it's not till this evening. They'll be up before long. We'll make sure everyone knows before they leave the flat, though. Okay?
Well, we're gonna be leaving the flat at 8:30. They ain't gonna be up in time. How about we just tell them when we get back?
Who'll be up next?
Me.
Or Jay.
Yeah, we don't know
About
when
Jay
Jay
or
wakes
Jay.
up.
About as late as Maisie
Fair.
Usually it's
on a Saturday.
it's the order of Purdy, Mark, me, whoever, and then run. Our assorted number of extra roommates.
Yeah.
I tell you what,
Time
before
will
you go,
be getting up, Crumb?
because I just
Me?
Yeah.
On a Saturday, probably like 10.
well, what I would
Well,
do
that's
is
when we're getting back anyway.
that's true. We're back by then, yes.
Sure.
Okay, bring the letter along then, and we'll tell them when we get back.
Okay.
You go and have a fairly small, there's not a lot of people there. A lot of people taking their weekends to do extra revision and stuff. But there's a few games. They're distracted maybe. What's this letter mean? Eventually you get on back about the similar time. Maybe
Red Wyvern.
Cromwell's probably
To
up by that point.
Queen's, to Queen's Beholder 3.
Yeah, Cal's probably beaten neither out of like 2 out of 5 games because she's too busy thinking about this.
Did you? What was the first piece that you said?
Red Wyvern.
Red Wyvern. Okay, I was going to say, did you just name 2 things in Dragon Chess, neither of which were dragons? But what?
You get back, and Cromwell is probably already up. Maybe Jameth's up as well. There's like a coffee pot.
Maisie's been in her room all morning.
Morning. How did you sleep? You alright?
How are you so
Yes.
weak on a Saturday? I just don't
I've already had my coffee. Had a good old game of chess.
These
Oh,
two
we've
are.
been up for
going.
about 3-4 hours now.
Yeah, these two get up really early every day. I'm normally up relatively early on a weekday, but they're up early every day.
Hey, it's nearly time for lunch. What are you talking about?
It's because they don't stay up late.
I mean,
Wait,
I went
I
to
was-
bed at 10 last
I was going to
night.
say I was nearly 10:30 last night. What are you talking about?
I was up till
Yes.
2 in the morning.
Oh.
Is there a 2
Why?
in the morning? Wow.
Why? Studying.
I'm studying till 2.
Sure. Studying.
I thought that's what you just said, studying.
Have you got your paper written yet?
What paper?
Mostly.
Arthurian studies.
You need to get that finished. It's due in soon. I can help you if you need to.
Where's that for?
Isn't it for next week?
Is it? I don't know. I don't remember.
I thought it was due for around about... No, neither would know. When is it due for? I've got it in my notes, but like I said, my notes aren't all digitalised yet.
Actually, hilariously, you're going to have to go back on that conversation because it was in for the 10th, the day before.
Oh, right.
Okay.
So, we'll backtrack.
You
as part
both
of this
failed.
conversation. Yeah, both completely missed. No. Go back on that then. So, you did pretty well with gathering information. And now you have to write out the paper. This would have been during the last week. So, give me... Okay, so what you got like a 20 of 17 and then like a 10 and some other ones. So I'd say...
I can tell you. 21, 9, 20, 17,
10?
And a 16.
A 16. You've got a 10 in there as well. Was that the 9?
No, I got a 9.
So, yeah, give me an intelligence roll for writing out a big old essay over the past few bits. And for every one of those that was over... everyone that was over 20, get +2. Everyone that was over 15, you get a +1 to your roll.
What?
So every single one of those rolls that you previously rolled that was above 20 or above,
Yeah.
it equals a +2 to this roll that you've just made. And anything that are above 15 but below 20, you get a +1 added to that roll you just made. Maths.
This is out of 100, right? So rolling a d20.
So,
Then you add the weight.
25.
so that's plus your intelligence modifier
Yep.
as well. 25. I mean, do we need to say? It's a damn good essay. It's 5,000 words of pure...
Exactly 5,000.
It's exactly 5,000 words. No, I'm imagining Neve's the kind to like do 5,200. Like, just it's always an extra few. But anyway,
loses
it's really
loses
well
5
written,
points for
really well
going over the
formatted.
limit.
Jameith does an all right one. It's not as incredible, but yeah, I'd say overall, that's not too bad. Write down that you got the 25, and I will probably bring that back because obviously I'm going to include that into your exam result thingies as well later.
Do we get extra points for doing the space guppy? Because not many people would be understanding.
If you remember, it was specifically stated that you do not get extra points for the animal itself.
Yeah.
You only get points
Damn
for
it.
the.
See, what I want to know is, did someone else get the same high mark for studying like a rabbit?
They could have, yeah. It was. He specifically said it's not about what you research; it's about how the essay is written and what research you've done. So you could have got the same thing on the other one, suggesting like a rabbit, a dog, literally anything, because you didn't want to encourage going into ridiculous situations just so that you can try and get a higher mark. So
Just hold on to the paper.
Good for getting.
Just hold on to the paper for your resume.
At some point, Cal is going to go, oh, by the way, Maisie.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
you're not Maisie.
Yes.
Where are you going to speak to Maisie? Are you catching her like when she's on the way in or out of the room, or are you going to her room?
No, just in the next time we happen to bump into each other in the common room.
Okay.
I've still got your
yeah, the vials.
receptacles in.
Thank you.
Here you
I'll need those. Thank you.
I'll pass them back.
Thank you. Heads back into her room and closes the door.
I'm going to put into my up my sleeve. Would a crossbow fit, or is that too big? So my mace.
Is it a heavy crossbow or a light crossbow? And does that make a difference?
Crossbow. It's a light crossbow.
Yeah, it's small weapons, and even so, light crossbows, even if they can be handheld, they're not small. They're smaller than a heavy crossbow, for sure.
They're smaller than a catapult. I'm going to put into there, for the moment, where's my medical kits? Have I got medical kits, or was I thinking something else? I think something else. In that case, I should put in there parchment, ink, and a pen, and my mace.
If you want to do this later, I think on D&D Beyond you can create a new bag, and I'm pretty sure you can name it as well. So you can probably create a bag and just put 5 things in it, so you can track what you actually get.
Okay, I'll have a look at that later on.
Anyway, yes, you come back, you've obviously got those things, and it's just a standard lazy Saturday. Jameith obviously saying, I think I did alright with the essay, but it'll be what it is.
I hope I've done okay. I mean, I wrote a lot of words. That doesn't always mean I've done good, but I've wrote a lot of words.
I got almost to 5,000.
Almost to 5,000?
Yeah.
But it was only a 2,000 word essay.
It was a
5,000.
Oh, okay.
I would laugh really hard if you had just written 2,000. That's like not seeing the question on the very back page.
I think
that's
somebody
what-
said
that
I'd
would've
done
been-
500 extra, and I've looked at my roll and it's like 25. I was like, oh yeah, 2,500.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you'd got a low roll, that's what we would have done. Like a nat one, would have been like, oh, I did the wrong thing. Okay. Yeah, she's sort of just like, but it's a standard Saturday. But you do, of course, have this note in your possession that you need to tell the others of. Well, you don't have to, I guess.
She's gonna go knock on Maisie's door then.
There's loud music blaring out of it.
Okay, is the door locked?
No.
She'll walk in then.
It's very
So
loud.
what day is this? Just
Saturday.
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 The 11th.
Yeah, so the whole week. Okay. She has like one of those crazy people walls of a bunch of hand-drawn stuff. Like the bank that's in the hometown, she's like whatever she can remember of the schematics. She's got that up there. She's got like weird hand-drawn shit of it was in her dream, and then just like picture of mom and dad up there that she's trying to connect to all these things. She's like,
Oh my
Oh,
god,
shit.
I wasn't joking.
what?
You're really planning on robbing the bank?
I mean, if that's where they have the information, then
No! That's not happening! We're gonna get the information out of our parents or people at our house. We're not robbing a fucking bank!
this is just the backup plan. Of course,
No!
the first
There is
plan is
no
to talk.
backup plan that involves robbing a bank. That is not happening.
I'm getting the information one way or another.
No.
Yep.
Nope.
Hearing the noise, Jameith, as has before, appears in the doorway, just like, nice board. We're
Thanks.
robbing a bank.
Yeah.
Jay, please. I am not going to tell you what to do because I've learnt not to do that. But please, please, please do not get involved in this.
I have a list over here of if you guys happen to want to join of
No,
what
no.
your role could be in it. And then I have
No.
other plans of the stuff.
Not at all.
Okay,
Jay,
here.
please.
You son of a bitch, I'm in. Cue the ocean's
Jameith
music.
just, like, immediately launches forward and like not shoulder barges you, but walks, and you have to kind of like move out of the way because she's more built and stocky than you. She just walks over like, "What's my role?"
Jay,
Well,
please.
I-
Please, no.
I saw you like that sledgehammer, so I figured the smash and the smash and grab part, that would be probably
I've
best.
had a letter off Dale.
Who's
Oh, okay. The captain of the guard? What?
the captain of the guard? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why?
You gonna come out and we'll discuss it, or are you just gonna keep planning this ridiculous heist?
I mean, I've been planning for a
We'll
week.
talk about the heist later.
Yeah.
Jay,
Hmm?
please, I am begging you, and I am
Wait,
begging you. I'm not telling you. I'm begging you. Please
We're
don't get
not going to
involved.
be talking about this heist at
Yeah.
all anymore.
Yeah, don't
Yes,
worry.
Jay.
I'll take down the board, I promise.
Please,
Put it up in my room.
no, Jay, please. I am trying my hardest not to tell you what to do or tell you to fuck off. Please.
I feel like this shouldn't be so much of a struggle.
You'll be surprised.
Come on, out of my room now. Come on.
Okay.
Little trundle outside.
Unlock the door behind me.
Can we establish once and for all, do our rooms have locks or not? I can't. I feel like we've had several
Yeah, they would
things.
do.
They
would
do have locks. Okay.
While that was transpiring, I'd go to Cromwell's and
Or just walk in.
no, go knock on the door.
I will open it up, and then I'll say, "I've really got a request to have." In fact, no, I'll open it up using Mage Hand from the bed. I'm not going to reach up to the tall
And
person's
And
handle.
on the wall is a ball with a bunch of yarn about.
Hey, Cromwell, there's a letter here from that captain of the guard. I thought you might want to come out and talk about it.
How do people keep sending us letters without like knocking on the door or putting it through?
Magic.
Or, well, actually, I should check. How did the letter arrive?
I don't
found it
know,
on the coffee table.
oh, there you go.
Need
How
to
do
just, like,
people
open
keep
it
sending
over
us
Callie.
letters?
You can teleport. There's what part of the postal service is getting teleported. It just costs more. It's like
That
super
is-
first class.
That is crazy.
Well, that's quite clever, isn't it? Anyway, so yeah, so we got a letter anyway. So I don't know if you want to come and have a chat about it.
What does it say?
It's asking us to go and meet up with her this evening
About
and say
Why don't you
Okay.
just come sit outside with us and we'll talk about it?
Can we do it
Means like
sitting
If you would
inside
like to.
rather than sitting outside?
Oh, I meant outside your bedroom, if you would like to.
Oh,
In the
yeah,
common room.
let's go to where the sofas are. Why would we sit in the corridor?
Just come in the common room while I put the coffee
Yeah.
on.
I meant anywhere, but you... Okay.
Yeah, I'm already walking to the sofa.
Maisie's just rubbing
Neither just
marker
keep
stains
saying
off of
please
her
to you.
face.
Please, can you sit down? Please
feel
come
like-
into the common room.
I feel like Neva's eye is like twitching.
Constantly. And each piece is getting like through teeth more and more. It's like, please.
Right then, do you want to read that letter out, Neva?
She's distracted by the mimic on the floor.
Why don't you read it, Cal?
Actually, that you just reminded me. I've got a mimic, haven't I?
Yeah.
All it
Yes, you have a
said-
pet
I
mimic.
forgot I have a pet mimic.
I knew you had a
Pet
pet mimic, and I was
mimic.
expecting to see it.
I'd forgotten about it. That's why you haven't seen it yet.
No, I was expecting to see it in Cromwell's bedroom.
No, he's just been wearing it as a shoe. He's just been nibbling on his feet.
So,
What
yeah.
am I calling? I'm going to call my pet mimic. Did I come up
I
with a
don't
name
know.
for
We're
it?
talking
I
about the
think-
letter.
I think I said that if I found it in my room again, I was going to kill it. So it's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah,
not
you
there.
did.
Can't remember.
Sometimes
Yeah,
I
but
wonder-
I was expecting you to walk in and just see you secretly stroking it.
Sometimes I wonder if I've planned far enough ahead, and then I realize you spend half an hour and like there's a
Yeah.
letter on the table.
Well, at one point, I generally wasn't sure if we were going to get to doing the space guppy thing today or not.
Sorry.
What is the letter?
Well, if you're sure, let me tell you. I mean, I'm really sorry. I do apologise for that. I was just about to say, but I keep getting interrupted, so I do apologise for that.
She caught me planning a bank heist, so she's a little upset.
I'm telling you, if you do it, you will be killed. You do not have the skills to pull off a bank
I
heist.
really don't recommend it. I don't think a bank heist is the way to go.
I know you've
I
said
I
Seven
was
times.
really hoping that you were joking.
Fugitives.
You'd be far better off murdering your parents and getting away with that, and then
What?
inheriting all of their stuff, than
No,
you would be robbing a bank.
I
don't
mean,
think
I
that's the way
don't
to
like
go
my
either.
parents, but I would not allow anybody to murder them.
That option's
plus if
pretty
you-
far down the list.
If you
We're
murder
just
them,
we're just
you can't
talking
get the
pure
information.
practicality.
You
Why
don't want to
is
murder,
it on the
because then you
list?
can't get the information. What you want to do is
Mm.
torture.
Yeah.
No.
What? Jay, no,
no,
please.
that's-
Guys,
no,
please.
Anyway, the letter, right? The letter.
Yes, the letter.
She's easy to wind up.
Yeah.
I am about to have a nervous breakdown.
You're not in need of 20 gold, are you, Jay? Because sometimes she'll just feel bad about.
To be honest, this letter's only like one sentence long, so if you give her 2 seconds,
I'm pretty sure it's just one word.
It literally says to meet at Dugnut Dreams again at 11 p.m. tonight,
Oh, that's easy.
I think.
And it's from Dell.
Yeah.
Okay, have we explained to you, Jay, who Dell is?
Captain.
Because we met them, I think, once, possibly twice.
Captain of the guard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not captain of an area.
A captain in the guard.
Captain
she's
of a guard.
captain.
Yeah, multiple captains around Felona.
She was concerned about corruption in the city guard. And so she sent us, along with a contact that she knows who was pretty kick-ass, to I think we followed some criminals.
Yeah.
Neva was super against it. I was pretty for it. I don't remember how Cal felt about. I think Cal was against it if there was going to be violence, and Maisie was super for it.
Yep.
And we were attacked, and people tried to murder us.
Cool.
And then Cal found those bracelets that he's wearing.
Cool.
And then we went into a broccoli
And-
dungeon.
Yes, we went into a bunch of rotten broccoli and fought a sludge monster. We found a bunch of dead mimics and a baby mimic, which was not dead, which now lives in Cal's room. If you've not seen it, sometimes it'll try and sneak into your room. And then
Could
I
be
don't
in
think
there
we've
right
heard
now,
from
we
them
don't know.
since.
Cool.
You want to come?
Sure.
Minnie,
Basically just an excuse to do weird shit.
Minnie the
To be
mimic.
honest, I was just kind of expecting you to come with us. That's not me telling you you have to come with us. I was
I
just
don't really need
expecting
an
it because you
excuse.
seem to be a group.
Part of the group? That's nice. Wait, being part of the group, does that mean I have to do what you say? Because that...
I'm
know
not
what?
telling anyone what to do anymore.
It means she's going to try to tell us what to do, but we don't have to listen.
Right, I like that.
I think the point about being part of a group is we all have each other's backs.
Yes.
Work together so that we don't get any one of us killed, ideally.
Yeah. So, like, Cal donated his armor for the robot thing. So, because it got dinged up, we gave him the armor that we found in the deadly torture trap that the teachers made.
The what?
Oh, it was
Red
a
Don't
Dungeon.
worry about it.
It was a
Another
really
story.
interesting puzzle, actually.
The,
I tell you all
uh,
about it. So we started off. So we went in it.
Make sure you talk about every room.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how we
After that, there was this
that's
room
how
of-
we waste the time until 11 p.m.
I actually have something that I would like to go do in that time.
Then you
No,
just
so you
see
can go do
Neva's
things.
eye twitching, like constantly, like I can't cope.
Right, so-
halfway through the story, my mimic comes out and nuzzles up to my leg. Hello, little me. Hello. Are you? Do you want to play? Do you want to go out? Do you want to go out? Let's go out for a walk.
Yeah, you take if you would like to take your mimic for a walk.
I'll take Minnie out for a little walk then, and I'll be back shortly. I'll put a
Is Minnie staying currently as a chest?
as a small chest with legs. Yes.
Yeah, because
that's-
they can turn into whatever they want.
I know, but at the moment, because that's how it was, and it's not really had any mimics around it to understand how it works yet.
Sure.
So I will put a leash on it though. So
Just like a
I like to think,
How do you-
on the side?
How do you
know,
attach a leash to a chest?
Wrap it around the middle.
Through the yes, that's what I was thinking. Or through the leather straps. I was going to say, in Terry Pratchett, you have the chest and lots of little legs.
Yes.
I'm imagining a small version of that.
Yeah.
And just as homicidal. Come on, Minnie, off we go. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Is it called Minnie or Mimi?
Minnie. It's a mini chest.
Right.
What are you going to call it when it's not Mini anymore?
Maxi.
This is another paradigm situation, isn't it?
Right. Well, whilst that's happening, I'm going to need some help doing revision on subterfuge.
I didn't take any notes, so.
You can help me. Plan.
Oh yeah. Let's do that.
Basically, Maisie, Jay wants to talk to you about the heist on the bank that you guys are not doing.
No.
No, we got you. Test coming up next week.
I will say,
Jay, I
Well-
have grown up with Maisie since she was
Obviously,
born.
you don't know her very well.
I will say, while obviously planning,
I'm going out.
if you did that heist, you would almost certainly be killed. That does actually sound like, I mean, not having taken a subterfuge class, that does actually sound like it would be fairly decent revision. So, the planning of the heist, not the being killed on the ill-fated heist. If you're going out, Maisie, do you want to come with me? No, Neva, even?
Well, I was going to go meet up with Gail.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm not interested in doing that at the moment.
I take it as you don't want to do the coffee date, Maisie.
Hmm? Oh, is that planned for now?
I think it was a thing you had planned.
Yeah, we planned it.
You're standing Gail up.
Saturday.
Oh no!
Saturday or for Sunday?
I just forgot that it was today's Saturday.
Yeah, but I can't
Saturday the
plan it
11th.
for every Saturday or every Sunday.
I thought it was every Sunday.
Well, I'm going to go out for coffee with her. Because I need a break from you guys. Unless
don't
you
know.
want to do something Cromwell.
I'll walk with you if you're going to the way of the mall, but I'm going to the mall.
Yeah, I'll come to the mall with you. We can have a day out.
Sure. You're standing Gale up then?
No,
I think
Gail's
it's for
on
Sundays.
Sundays.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm going to the Magic Shack if you want to come.
Okay.
Tights.
When you say the Magic Shack, do you mean the Magic Shack or the Mystery Shack?
I thought it was called the Magic Shack. The first magic item shop where Dr. Zeggy is.
That's the Mystery Shack.
And then the Mystery Shack is where we're going.
Cool. Sure.
Tights.
And you're going to go plan a heist. So, you wandered out for the day, and you have a wonderful time over at the Mystery Shack. Now, I'm presuming you're going to want a.
An inventory from which to shop from, potentially. Yes, please. Because the reason why I'm going is because the link that you generated from it last time has expired.
Yes. I
Which
am
I
aware
did
of
not
that.
realize that they did.
I didn't realize it happened, but to be honest, that's probably about the amount of time before what's it called? A
Restock.
restock. Yeah. So that works for me. I'll just make it a new one. And then hopefully I can then copy that and paste that to you there, and you should be able to get that. Cool.
Thank
So
you.
you have a look through that whilst Maisie and Jameth. I mean, you bundle up in your room, and Jameth just like lies on the bed, boots on, and no, takes the boots off. It's fine. She lies down on the bed, and you go over to the heist thing, I'm sure, and like are ready, and then you look back, and she's just like totally not paying attention.
Heist? Heist?
Are you actually serious about doing a heist?
I mean, it's like a backup plan, but
Oh, I'm like entirely not serious about doing a heist.
uh,
You must realize that's a completely moronic decision.
yeah, I know. I'm just pissed off.
I get that. I was just trying to piss off your sister.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Too easy. So far too easy.
The actual plans. No, there's probably sketches of the house though, planning out places to look in the house, but not the bank.
I mean, I'm not going to be there, so.
Sure. I mean, do you have plans for the break?
Well, I'll be sticking around here. It's quite far to go over to Kugelon.
Sure. I mean, you can come hang out in our town if you want. Meet my bandmates, go to a show.
It feels a little weird to just sort of like disappear off to some other city that I've never been to.
It's up to you. Alfred's there though.
We'll see. But like, don't actually steal from the back.
Not yet.
No. All right. As long as you know I'm not actually going to help you if you do.
No, I know. I mean,
What?
the real bank plan would be find whatever identification or key my parents have, and then just walk into the bank with the proper identification and open that
Fair enough.
legally.
Yeah. All right.
You have any idea what's happening in subterfuge or motion theory? Is that what it's called? Motion theory.
Movement theory. The
Movement
fact that
theory.
you don't even know what that class is called is not the
Listen,
greatest of things for you.
Listen, I'm more of the practical information kind of person. The stuff that has to be written down, I didn't even realize we were writing
All right,
stuff.
but like you took the mock exam, like mock tests that she gave to us, right? And you've been at least trying those.
Mock test?
Yeah, like end of was it 2 lessons ago? She had them on the front desk. You can take one just so you can see what kind of questions are going to be coming up.
I've been really out of it since last week.
Well, probably a useful thing to
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
It's not that bad. I mean, like
I'm not that
there's
bothered
some
about it. I just
there's a lot of like factual bringing back, and there's some like example scenario questions where you have to like suggest what you do in a certain scenario, like legal recourse alongside correct and incorrect answers. It's not hard to do.
maybe the stuff that I've memorized will actually work then.
Mhm. Yeah.
What are you planning on doing once you get out of here?
I don't have a plan.
No?
I'm basically here because there's nothing else to do. I from an orphanage, is basically what they expect. And also because, I'm problematic. All that kind of stuff.
It's more fun being problematic.
I don't mind it. I mean, there is a certain part of me that, knows that I shouldn't be, But I don't know. Maybe I'll find something after I've done all the university stuff. I might as well get a degree. Can help make money or something. I'm probably just going to try and join like a adventuring group of some kind. You know, one of the guilds. Search around the world.
Yeah, I was going to say it seems like the track is to just join one of those adventuring groups.
Aren't you meant to be doing some sort of business thing with your family?
That's their plan for me. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. I can't tell if I'm jealous that you have parents or not.
From what my friends say, their parents are fine, but mine don't do what my friends' parents do. They aren't around.
Mm.
B is the closest thing that we had to actual parent.
Well, at least you have something consistent. I've had multiple different people look after me over the years. I mean, it's been 15 years.
Yeah,
I've just been in an orphanage.
That does sound like a pain in the ass. Stressful.
Yeah, I don't quite remember, to be honest. I've been told multiple times that it was a pretty bad time when I was orphaned, but
You just tend to block out that kind of stuff.
I was only like 3.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, I probably should do some actual revision though. So
I should as well. I mean, do you have one of those mock tests we can go over together?
we can do that.
Yeah, let's.
All right, and you go off and do some revision
Actual
begrudgingly.
revision.
Only when Neva's not around though. Can't let her think that you're actually revising.
Yeah.
Anyway, now that you've had a solid look at your magical shop, anything what about?
I can only afford the 2 cheapest things, and unfortunately, there is nothing in there that I am looking for.
Neva's going to buy with the family card.
I know I've said this before, but some of the pricing lists is so random.
Yeah.
What did you even come here looking for?
Stuff that makes me better at magic.
Like what? I don't really understand a lot of this stuff.
My wand is pretty basic. I know that you can get better ones. You know,
Teach
things
me.
like that.
Teach me. Like, what would you buy in here if you had unlimited money?
If I had unlimited money, like you.
Unfortunately, yes.
Well, I mean, the Ring of Earth Elemental Command, if you can find an Earth Elemental to kill, that's pretty good. Or if you're in a thing with that. Generally, the Rope of Entanglement could be quite good. For you, the Dagger of Venom you'd probably want, because it can help you poison someone, and it's a dagger, which you use.
That is true. However, my parents did get me these really nice, pretty swords.
Are they? Yeah, Gauntlets of Overpower is good, but none of us are really strength-based, so I guess Cal sometimes tries to hit people with his mace, so that would be good for Cal. Scrolls and stuff like the potions and that, they're good for one use. Like I bought that Scroll of Fine Steed here, but you know it's situational stuff.
Okay. Bear me a second.
If we knew someone who wore like really thick armor, that +3 plate would be insane. But we don't know anyone who does that since Samir left.
Okay. Bear me a second. She kind of wanders off outside the shop quickly, like pulls out a talkstone and rings the parents.
Who are you ringing in particular?
Dad. Always Dad.
It rings out for quite a while. And it takes like a second call before there's like a hello. Hello. Yes, darling. Can I help? Sorry, very busy. Lots of things going on at the moment.
I do apologize. I am aware that you have just given me access to the card back, and I am wondering how much I would be able to spend on certain things.
You lost the card?
No, I've got the card. I'm seeing what my spending limit is.
Spending limit? Yes, of course. Well, give me 1 second. You hear there's like a fumbling as he thinks he's hung up and he's just like put it in his pocket. There's like a horrible noise as he's waddling away. It's like really loud. And you hear like a muted like voice of your father, and then the obvious voice of your mother, you know, sort of like talking around. And there's another hello. And it's upside down. Hello.
Other way around, Father.
Spins it around so it's now looking the wrong way.
No, the other way.
Trying to like eventually get to the right way. Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, well, I think it's only reasonable. There's a spending limit of 100 gold per month.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you
I think
for
that's
that.
a reasonable amount. That'll get you, you know, what, like lunch or something? I don't know.
I mean,
lunch.
my lunch is with the uni, Father. That's already given for free.
Oh, how nice. How useful.
I would use this card to buy things that are even more useful, like maybe a new dagger.
Why do you need daggers for? You bought your dagger
Because-
as a present for getting into university.
I know, but this one shop's got a really cool dagger venom, which would be really cool to
Why do
own.
you need a dagger of venom?
Because it would help me protect myself more.
Why are you protecting yourself? What are you doing?
Well, see, the university has got this
Aliston
competition. Yeah, competition on where we are put into certain situations where we have to protect ourselves and prove our worth, especially in the subjects I'm doing, and it would be
The
really
subjects you're
cool.
doing? Which subjects are putting you in danger?
None of them. Really, it's more. This competition pushes us to our limits. It would be really cool to buy it.
Daggers? Well, maybe if you do well this year, you can get it as a present at the end of the year.
Can I buy a present for my friend?
Why you don't need to give presents for free. They don't buy it themselves.
Normally I would agree. However, we have made this one friend who has been dealt in a very unfortunate hand.
Oh. Well, they don't need handouts, do they?
It's not a handout, Father. I want to buy a present for them so that they stay my friend.
Right. How does this improve relations? International? Are they prominent somewhere?
Yes.
Where are they prominent?
Oh, I can't remember their location.
You would know that I'm from Cortia. I think that's come up a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's the capital around here somewhere.
Yeah, what family are they from?
A very well-known one within the area.
What's the name?
I can't remember their last name.
Well, if you don't know their last name, they can't be that close.
Is that Purdy can't remember, or neither can't remember?
No, neither can't remember. Purdy's got it
Okay.
written down in a note somewhere.
if you want to improve international relations or your company benefits or your combining forces, then fine. But if you don't remember the name, you can't be that close. Work on those communications first.
Father,
Yes.
why does everything have to do with money and beneficial to the company and social standards?
Well, that's how the world works, isn't it? You want to do well in this life, you need to have money to back up what you do. Otherwise, you'll be down in the filthy streets.
Have you ever been out of our situation?
What situation? I've left the country before. Yes.
I mean, have you ever interacted with people with no money?
Oh yes. We sell things all the time.
Well, selling means they have money, Father.
Well, I mean, they have less money.
Okay. And what's going on with Maisie, by the way?
I don't know. What's going on with Maisie?
Well, she thinks she's an alien, and that's something to do with our family.
Oh yes, well, not the first time. I remember you used to play a game of aliens.
Yeah, I know, but I was wondering if it was something to do with our family and if there was anything causing it.
Causing what?
Well, Maisie not being normal.
Well, I know she's not as intellectual as you, but I wouldn't say she's not normal.
Father, you know what I mean. The question she asked you last time, that Mother wouldn't let you tell us.
I mean, there was all sorts of things you don't need to know about the world.
There is things we need to know about the world, especially
And you
this
will
first.
learn in time, my dear. You will
Yeah,
learn
well,
in
the time is now, Father. What is going on with Maisie?
Can I just check? Sorry, is Neva still stood outside the shop yelling at this projection of her father that everyone walking past can?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there are plenty of things going on that are all, importance and not importance. The most important thing at the moment is your studies. Exams coming up and these sorts of things.
How would you feel if we failed?
Well, I mean, we'd put you back in for another year.
What if we didn't want to do another year?
Well,
What
beyond the
if
question.
both me and Maisie decide never to come back to the family and take over the business?
Well, extremely devastating. I mean, it's always been. I mean, what is this silly talk? I mean, you're aligned to take over the business when necessary. We'll put you through lower to the uppers. You'll learn how to take over the company, and when it's ready, you'll take over from us.
What if we don't want to?
Well, it's beyond the question. What else are you going to do in life?
I have other things lined up.
Like?
I shall not tell you because I know what you're like.
But obviously, it can't be that important then.
Oh, it is important. But if I
There
tell
is
you,
a
you're
route
going to
that
stop to it, Father.
There's a route that you will take in life.
There's a route
That's
I shall
clearly
not
set up
take.
for you.
I need to know what's going on with Maisie.
Well,
You want me to follow in your footsteps? That involves letting me know what's going on.
Well, you're more than welcome to attempt to not follow in the footsteps, but I'd like to see what you make of yourself.
Fine. She just hangs up the talkstone.
There's people like, oh my god, walking past this conversation.
Cromwell just hears from the outside, like, Neva screaming.
It's just getting louder and louder.
She comes back in. I'm sorry, Cromwell. I wanted to get you something you wanted from here, but I think I've just made things worse for myself.
Are you talking about with whoever you were talking to, or how people regard you in general?
In all honesty, I couldn't care less how people regard me in general anymore.
Okay, well that's good. That shows what a good influence I'm being on you.
If you say so.
Well, I appreciate the thought. I guess I wouldn't recommend yelling at a stone in public, but whatever.
Unfortunately, family gets you that way sometimes. And no, I'm not trying to rub it in your face, and I do apologise.
Yeah, I can't relate. I love my mum, so sorry.
You know what? At least you have that. You can rub it in our face that you had a good relationship with your mum.
Yes, I had one.
Yes, we've never. So although we have parents still, we've never had a good relationship.
You got someone who was paid to be your mum, and you've not said anything bad about her.
No, we love B, but it's not the
Well, there you
same
go.
as having a relationship with your own real parents.
Sure, I've never had someone paid to be my parent, so I can't relate to that either.
I
We've had very different
you,
lives.
And I'm apparently trying to be your parent, so...
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no,
I'm sure, but I'm not actually a child.
Yeah, and as much as I love you, it's just I don't feel that love or any romantic love. It's a friendship love. Before I give you the wrong suggestions, I'm happy with somebody.
You've taken this to a very strange place. I'm sorry to let you down like this. In the words of a large company, the thought had never crossed my mind. So, I actually mean it. So, I guess sorry about that. I don't know. You put us in a very strange position here.
Why? What? Yes and no. I mean, I don't feel any romantic feelings towards you, so it's not strange.
No, it's strange that you brought it up.
Well,
It was not on the table, and now it's just kind of out there.
Well, normally, if you say to somebody that you love them, but not in a family way, they automatically think relationship way. And I didn't want to give you the wrong opinions.
It was super not on my radar, so
that's good because you're not my type.
That's absolutely fine.
Okay, I'm glad we cleared that one up.
Yeah, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was needed clearing up, but that's fine. Whatever makes you more comfortable, I guess.
Honestly, what would Franklin think of this?
Yeah.
Probably fuck all.
We
all know what Franklin's up to.
Do you feel better for having said that?
I mean, I feel better knowing that there's no spark there from either of us.
No, no. It was not even. No. You've been acting quite strange the last couple of days. Are you feeling okay?
No.
We're all
okay. Well, I tell you what. You wanted to get a coffee with Gail. I'm not Gail, but rather than standing in this magic shop, let's go get a coffee, and you can tell me why you don't feel very good.
Do you really want to know, or do you just want a free coffee?
I mean, I was just going to get a water, but it seemed like you wanted coffee, so.
I mean, I'm happy to go get us both coffees. Do you sure you don't want to try a coffee?
Are you paying for it? I don't know where. I don't know.
I mean, coffee won't do much to my limit.
Sure.
If I've still got a limit.
Yeah, sure.
I've still got access. Okay, let's go get coffee.
You wonder, are you going to a fancy coffee shop, or are you going to a Starbucks, or are you going to a local?
Local's always better than Starbucks.
Sure. Then you go along, get a couple coffees.
You have to pay royalties now to Starbucks.
Well, yeah. What kind of licensing do they have?
Not open.
Definitely not open.
We're not going to Starbucks.
Rainbow Golds. No, you are going to. Yeah, so you're going to go to. It's like literally about 5 copper for a couple coffees. They're not the most amazing, but they're nice. You know, it's nice enough to grab a couple. Sit on one of those. You know how like outside in a mall, there's like metal chairs and tables and things.
The ones that are never nice to sit in.
Yeah, just chill out on one of those.
I'll clamber up onto a thing, just let my feet like dangle off the end.
Yeah.
All right, what's up with you? What's going on?
Our parents are lying to us. They know what's going on amazing. They won't tell us, and it's frustrating as hell. I don't think I want to take over the company.
Okay. And that is annoying because
if I don't take over the company, they'll cut me off.
Okay.
And I don't know what it's like to not have money. Sorry,
well, it sucks. It absolutely it sucks. Especially if you've had a lot of money, I would imagine.
My parents' view of people with no money is downright disgusting.
Okay. Do you have that view?
No, it frustrates me that they think like that.
Okay. So be frustrated at them, but that's not like a mark against you not having money. It's not like you're going to lose all that money and be filled with self-loathing.
Well, no, but it means that they'll never accept a friendship of mine if the person hasn't got standing within the world.
Okay.
It just annoys me that they won't even think about me and you being friends because of who you are.
I mean, that doesn't bother me.
It bothers me.
Why do you want their approval for a friendship that I'm probably never going to meet these people? It doesn't hurt my feelings that they don't want to be my friend.
But it hurts my feelings that they won't accept me being friends with you.
Yeah, but why? It's not going to lead to any awkward situations where we're all like at dinner together or anything.
You never know. I might invite you around for dinner one day.
Okay, then if you want to put us in that situation, but it won't come up otherwise.
No, but you don't understand.
I don't understand. That's why I'm trying to ask.
I'm starting to think Neva's got a crush on Cromwell.
Yeah.
It's just...
Why do you want their approval? It doesn't even seem like you like them, which is what you said.
Because I've always grown up needing their approval.
Okay. Do you not think maybe you'd feel better if you let go of that?
Possibly.
Okay. And this Beatrice person, B, I think you said, you like her, she likes you,
Yeah.
and she raised you.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, her approval seems like it would matter more in terms of a feelingsy standpoint. If you have no intention of doing what it is that they want, but you don't want to lose the money, you're gonna reach a breaking point at some point. Yeah. Now that doesn't have to be today.
So you say I should hoard the money from them until a breaking point?
Are you asking what I think you should do, or are you asking what I think you will find the best course to you?
Both.
Okay, what I would do is, I'd rinse them for everything, and then when it comes to that breaking point, be like, okay, see ya, bye.
Okay.
And then what I think
gets walks to the closest money point.
I mean, I wouldn't. Like I said, I wouldn't do that today. You said you didn't want to be cut off. That breaking point it will come to you. You shouldn't bring it forwards.
She's already on the way to take the money out.
That's a terrible idea. I will say that in your brain as you walk away.
It's not a terrible idea because if I have the money out.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yes.
I can't hear you. You've walked away.
You're now just talking to yourself.
Yeah, you're now just a woman talking to herself in the shop.
Not a bad idea. It's not. Because you go to the closest ATM or whatever it is to take the money out.
ATMs don't exist in the same way.
That's what I'm asking.
Is the funniest twist I could have ever seen coming. It turns out Neva's the one that's going to rob the bank.
Just so you're aware, the cards that you have are not. They're not nothing magical. It's literally like a reference card. It's like having a business card that you hand to the person at the shop who takes down the details and then contacts the other bank to get paid.
Perfect. Right, she's gonna go to Etch's shop.
Okay, you go over to Etch's shop as usual, not particularly crowded, and your good friend.
We lose contact after like a minute. I've not commented.
Your good friend Anton just standing in there, hammering away as usual. There's the classic NPC interaction. Animations. Pink, pink.
Anton, hi.
Right, how you doing?
I need to ask you a few things.
Okay.
Is it fraud if I get you guys to take some money off of my card, keep a bit of it, and give me the rest of it?
I think that's normally called cashback.
Cool. Can we do a cashback?
Well, I mean, we can try to. I'm not used to interacting with cards that much. That's more, Mr. Vasfias's side of things.
Mr. Vasfias is a professor at my uni. I don't think it's a good idea to involve him. I need somebody I know and trust.
Yeah, but the way that the cards work, as far as I understand, is it's nice that you trust me, but you have to, take down the details and contact whoever's needed, and then, effectively, what would be happening in this situation is we'd give you some of our money, and then it's promised that we get it back in eventually from a different place. So I can't make those financial kind of decisions.
Oh no, that's that plan out the window.
I'm sorry about that.
I need to get money off this card. How do I get money off this card and to make sure I get the money and not the people who are taking the money off the card?
Heist.
It sounds sort of. I mean, if you don't particularly own the account, you'll struggle. It's not a good idea to try and take money that's not yours, though.
See, this is the thing. It's a family card, and I have been given 100 gold limit a month.
Mm-hmm.
I need to take that 100 gold limit off every month.
Well, as far as I understand, that will be a limit. But effectively, any sort of purchases over a certain amount will be recognized, and then probably it'll contact whoever's the owner of the account to verify those kinds of charges.
Yeah, I know. I need to take money off my parents, basically.
Well, that feels like you should be asking them, not me.
Oh, shit. My whole world's falling apart.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Cromwell just sitting outside sipping a little espresso.
Yeah, presumably, I imagine I probably got the same size as her, but it's just like...
Yeah, she didn't think twice about ordering the exact same size.
Anton just like reaches underneath, it just like pulls out a little box of what it looked like homemade cookies. Like, you want a cookie?
Please.
Take a cookie. It's not very good. It's kind of like claggy and there's not a lot of flavor in there. They're obviously homemade.
It's amazing. Who made it?
I made them myself. I've been working on baking, you know.
They're amazing. They're perfect.
I'm glad. I wasn't sure if I need to adjust the recipe slightly because, you know, it's still hard to make.
I would say less salt, more sugar.
All right. Okay. Notes it down.
Maybe a bit more flour. Not too much, just a little bit.
It's like,
Probably
I
about a
didn't
quarter of a spoon.
I didn't use any salt. I just used MSG. Just a cookie of MSG.
Now, which one's salt? Is that the one that tastes sweet, or is that the one that tastes not sweet?
Oh my god.
Meanwhile, Cromwell swinging legs, just like.
Am I getting any strange looks from anyone else in this coffee shop?
No, you're just sitting there drinking a coffee.
Did I get strange looks when she left?
No. I mean, the coffee's been paid for, so, you know.
I come back, sit down, go, oh, that was a fail.
It's unclear what you were trying to do, if I'm being completely honest. Were you trying to withdraw as much money as you can and just hope that you get away with it, or...?
No, I was going to withdraw my limit, my monthly limit.
Okay.
And store it away. And do that every month until I finish uni.
Do you have somewhere to store... How many months? Oh, do we have a 12-month calendar here?
Yes.
Do you have somewhere to store, 1,200 gold a year?
36 months worth of...
Yeah. Do you have somewhere to store that much? That's a lot.
Yeah, it's in a box under the bed.
To get the value from that, you don't have to get it in gold coins. You could just buy 100 gold's worth of stuff every month.
But that doesn't work then, because when I get cut off, I can't then sell what I've got for 100 gold. The value will depreciate.
Depreciate.
Yeah, but no. What I'm saying is, it could be 100 gold's worth of stuff that you want. It doesn't have to be stuff that you then sell for 100 gold.
But in all honesty, say the worst comes to the worst, my family kicked me out, completely disowned me. I have nothing. I'm living on the streets.
Or you have built
stuff,
up a bunch of possessions that you can then sell, not for an equivalent amount, sure, but
yes. Or I keep the money and have the equivalent amount in money, and use
if you can figure out a way to do that,
I need to find a way. Maybe I can.
Can you buy something for 10 gold and have them
Bond?
Give you 90 back?
That's what I went to ask, and that didn't work out.
Can you ask your parents just to give you 100 gold? Say that, I don't know.
I wonder if I set up a fake
better.
company, get them to charge the card every month.
Why don't we start a business studies club and use that as a cover, and just say that you need it so that you can help people train to take over businesses, and then that way you can train someone to take over the family business as like your pawn, and then you actually have control of the company without doing the work. And
no, that's perfect.
Hang on, wait.
We start a business studies group.
Let's backtrack.
And I say I need that £100 gold month to invest in companies.
Sure. I have a different question.
Okay.
Why don't you want to run the company? Because it seems to me like you've said that your dad's an idiot and he's running this company. So surely you can do whatever work it takes him to do in the year in like a month.
I really, really like the idea of joining the GBPA.
Oh, they were the animal protection people?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would love to do that job. And
Why
I
not
can't
do
do
that
that if I'm
the
running
other
a
11
stupid
months?
wine company.
Why not?
Because I would have to run the wine company. I can't just up and leave to do important stuff.
I mean, it seems like you could. Anyway, for while you're at school, don't bring forward the date of getting cut off. Get your full
Or I
value out of your
could.
100 gold.
No, I've got the perfect idea. Once they've handed me the control of the company, I can just dissolve the company.
Yeah, you could do that.
And then they can't do anything about it because it's my company to dissolve.
Yeah,
Or
that's
sell.
also true. They might not give it to you straight away.
I'll work it out.
Sure.
If they don't
There's
give us
also
the
the idea
information we
of-
need for Maisie, I'll fuck their lives over and dissolve the company.
Sure.
Perfect. Oh, see, you aren't a bad influence at all.
I just want to tell you
You're
that
a perfect influence.
I've never said that I'm a bad influence. I'm obviously a good influence. You're
Yeah,
far too sheltered.
I've never said you're a bad influence either.
You have. You've explicitly said that out of everyone, I'm a bad influence. But that's okay. We're moving past it.
You're the
Just,
perfect influence.
If I was getting 100 gold worth of value a month, I'd maybe find a way just to rinse that every month. So it might be that you buy,
I wonder if there's anywhere I can go to buy 100 gold's worth of gold.
Sure, I'm sure that you could go to a gem shop and just buy 100 gold's worth of rubies or whatever.
Yes, perfect.
Their value's probably not going to change all that much.
That's our next mission.
I would maybe do it as 75 gold's worth of whatever, and then you've got the 25 left. It doesn't matter. Just work something out, and who cares what your parents think?
Perfect.
Do you need a sec to write that down?
So you have this coffee, let's say, discussing on the way back. Basically, you and James are just sitting, lounging around. I'm sure Carly is revising or whatever.
We have some weird little index cards out, trying to go over subterfuge and mission.
It's her asking you a question, you saying an answer, and 90% of the time it's wrong, and you're just like, fuck! That's a stupid one. Move on. Anyway, a complete surprise that walking into the door is a Neva and Cromwell, very smiley, very happy with each other, very friendly. Not the usual kind of thing. And Cromwell immediately disappears to go to the toilet, but Neva's left standing there.
Hi, Neva.
What's up?
That'll let you.
You are smiling way too much for coming back from a trip with Cromwell.
Jameis does the thing where she's lying on the sofa, she looks backwards, just looking at you upside down.
You're right,
you on a date?
No. Why would you think it's a date?
It's particularly smiley. I don't see you smile that often.
No, unfortunately, she's very unhappily dating some asshole back in
I'm
home.
happily dating him, and he's not an asshole.
He's an asshole.
Sounds like an asshole.
Yeah.
Wait, what's his name?
Franklin. Name fits.
That sounds like an alright name to me.
He's perfectly fine.
He's awesome.
However, me and Cromwell came up with the perfect plan. So fuck mum and dad. I can't fucking stand them anymore. I tried getting more information out of them today, and dad was just a complete. See you next Thursday.
You see Jameis fingers on fingers oh.
So I have two options, right? Hear me out.
Yeah.
They're gonna cut me off because I'm not taking over the company.
Okay, that's good to hear.
So I either every month buy 100 gold worth of gems.
Yeah.
Save it all up for when they finally cut me off, because
Okay.
they will disown me. Or I take over the company and dissolve it right under their feet.
Why not both?
Oh my god. Perfect. Yes, let's do that.
I should probably also
Find
do
out what's
that,
going on with you, dissolve the company,
Mhm.
and put our fingers up to mum and dad.
Yeah.
Jameth
You
says,
know-
not to be a buzzkill on that, but like, are there committees that would stop me from dissolving a company for no reason?
I mean, we
If
could
you
sell it
would.
on.
But I would say that if you are thinking of doing that, I wouldn't spread it around too much, because I imagine it'll get back to your parents, and
Well-
then you won't be able to dissolve the company.
No, it's fine. How would they know? It's only us lot, unless one of you guys are going to tell them.
Yeah, not like anybody
Not
would
me.
in here would go back and tell our parents what's going on or anything like that.
Exactly.
No,
And if
I
they
mean,
can't dissolve it, Franklin's dad would want to buy it. He's been wanting to buy it for years.
well, there you go, and you could put some of the money you would make into charity, maybe.
Sure.
There's a lot of needy people out there.
I have
You truly
okay.
are our moral centre here.
But yeah, that's perfect. Right, I'm going into my bedroom now to plan it.
Do you want to
Oh,
borrow the
before you-
board?
What are you
No,
going
I've got
to
my
do?
own.
What are you
Okay.
planning to do? When we
See you
have
guys!
no, before you go, when we have
She
our
walked into her bedroom and closed the door.
when we have our week's break, what are you going to do? You're going to go home?
She's in her bedroom talking.
I'm talking to Amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's because Purdy has to go.
Yeah, I know.
bye.
She's been real subtle about it.
Bye.
What was I going to say?
Yes. We're going home and we're gonna rob my parents' office. For all information they have, all family information they have in there.
Okay, that sounds okay. That sounds interesting.
Yep.
What about you, Cromwell? What are you going to do with the half term?
I'm gonna go to Maisie and Neva's parents' house and rob their office. But like first, so that I get all of the information.
Not
Where
recommending
is it? Where do you live?
We live in on 4th.
Oh, 4th.
Mhm.
Okay. That sounds like a lot of effort to get there.
Yeah.
No, I'm probably just gonna see what comes up.
You're welcome to
Make
come visit. I should probably go home to a lesbian for the week.
that sounds even further away.
Okay, my dad will arrange the transport.
Everyone's got fucking parents here. That's just.
I'm an orphan.
To be honest,
I
that's why
will
thought
high
you might-
five.
I thought you
Just
might
like
like to.
a really, like a high five that only people without parents can do.
The saddest
Yeah.
high five.
I should clarify. I could have a dad somewhere, but probably not.
I just thought
Close
that
enough.
since you haven't got parents, you might be nice to come in to somewhere where there's a family. I don't know that Maisie and Eva's family is quite the normal family, but mine's more, well, a little bit more normal perhaps. I don't know if normal is the right word.
Well, what are you going to get up to? That's a very kind invitation, but what would that involve? Would I have to go out and feed people for a week?
No, not only if you don't want to know. I mean, there's a nice little inn in the town. I go down there quite a lot. I meet my friends, have a few drinks, have a rest. I mean, if you want to, you can help out. But I'm not part of the teams that are going out at the moment. I'm on sabbatical.
Would we be going to your mum's place? You said we could visit there at some point.
Yeah, we could. If she's not busy, then she tends to be out on patrol a lot. But if she's around, yeah, I haven't been in touch yet. But got on a week in a couple of weeks. I might be able to arrange a visit. Yeah, very nice.
On patrol? What?
Yeah,
what-
she's in the. I forgot what they're called now. The
Well, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Oh,
the underwater people whose name I
don't know. I don't think I have one of those, Alex.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, you have an equivalent. It's
Okay.
Very, very, very basic.
I've probably got it written down somewhere.
Hang on. Bear with. I'm just going to go to my room a sec. You know what? I'm going to have a nap before we go out to see the captain. So I'll have a think about it. If you could find out if we could go to your mum's, that'd be cool. And I'll go to my room.
Yeah, I'll find out. I'll let you know. I'll get in touch in the next couple of days, probably.
So just before we end, yes, Cromwell pretty quickly buzzes off to his room, and you hear a little locking noise. And I'm presuming you then pick up a phone.
Yes, I will answer the phone that I now have.
I had assumed at some point you'd got like a super duper. It's not the kind of phone that shows a projection. It's like crappy, like £50 phone equivalent to them having like £1,000 iPhones.
I'll put myself under my duvet to deaden the sound.
You've got a flip rock.
And you hear a voice on the other side. It says, hello, is this checks notes Cromwell?
Who's speaking, please?
This is Etta.
Am I holding this close enough? I've not really used this before.
Perfectly fine. This is Etta Montgomery Cartwright.
Oh, hello.
You sent a message with the question of employment.
That was incredibly fast. I'm very impressed.
It's been like a week.
Well, it has been a week.
Yeah, very impressed.
Keep things efficient. Are you still interested?
Well, let's talk terms first. What is it that you're offering?
Well, weekly, Saturdays, information, what my girls have been doing. I will pay you 2 gold per week.
And how long would these reports be?
As long as I need them.
I meant of what length reports?
Well, it depends on how much information you get in the week, but I would expect a day-by-day account of what they have been doing.
Okay, that we'll maybe have to work on that. I don't follow them around all day, every day. Some days we don't see each other very much. So just tempering your expectations there. Mrs. Montgomery Cartwright? Ms. Lady? Etta? Lady? Sure. I just didn't want to say, like, tempering your expectations to lady. That sounds rude, but if lady is the form of address, that's fine. 2 gold a week. I'm sure you can do better than that. Just putting that out there. And in what form would this payment take? How would I receive the gold?
How would you wish to receive?
A card is no good to me.
We can send you a card.
No, I'm saying I don't want a card. Card is no good. I want the gold.
We can arrange physical transports of gold. I'm sure there's a bank close enough that we can get to pay you. Most likely, we set up an account, or you set up an account in your name. We pay to the account. You can take the physical gold.
Oh, so gold withdrawals I don't really use banking systems, but gold withdrawals is a thing that you can do
from a bank if you have the account.
Okay. Sure. I'll have a think about the terms that you've laid out. You have a think on if you would like to improve any of them, and we can reconvene this. What, same time next week?
Be quick.
As in, you'd like to talk sooner than that, or yes. Can I if I just ring you back on this number at any point, will that reach you?
Ring the estate. And she gives you the
I was going to say, currently you're the only number I have in this, so...
Gives the contact information. Ring the estate.
Okay, great. And what's my number? Sorry, like I said, I haven't really used this. What do you have, like a thing that shows... Can you see me? I can't see you.
I cannot see you, no.
Okay, sure. Anything else? Oh. 2 gold. I'm just gonna 2 gold is not a lot. Even to someone like me, for the amount of work that you're asking for. So So we'll speak at some point over the next few days. Is there a time where you're not available?
Ring the estate, and they'll be able to transfer information if I'm not available.
Okay, great. Is there a person I should ask for? I think I've heard them mention Beatrice at some point.
That's for Beatrice.
Beatrice. Yes. Okay. Great.
Good.
Cool. All right. Well, good talk, lady. That doesn't sound right. You lady chip. I'm gonna. That sounds more polite.
You ramble too much. You need to learn how to talk concisely.
Oh well, I thought I was being polite, but that's fine. We can be strictly business, no pleasure. Is there anything you would like to inform me of that I should be aware of that might make my job easier potentially? Okay, cool. Well, talk soon, I guess. And yeah, speak to you later.
Goodbye. Lovely woman.
I like her. Cool. I am going to very quickly, in fact, from just where I am, I'm going to take the duvet off and open the door with Mage Hand just to check if Maisie is behind it.
Was Maisie at the door?
Didn't have any reason to go to the door.
Well, unless if you were suspicious of. I mean, it was a pretty quick exit.
I mean, it was weird. If you'll allow me to try to have percepted any of that, then yeah.
You are more than welcome to. That's why I'm asking, were you at the door?
Sure. Probably would have been like,
cool.
At least for a little bit. If she didn't hear anything, she would have backed away.
Roll a perception.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. I reckon, even with, I mean, it's a telephone under a duvet inside a room through a door. Like, it's never going to be clear. I'm going to say with a dirty 20, you can most likely, with a 75% confidence, think that it was your mother on the phone.
Okay. I would have been trying to listen then. You probably would have opened the door to find me there. Yeah.
You open the door and Maisie falls through it because you're leaning against the door.
Hey, Maisie.
Hi.
Boy, do I have news for you. Do you want to get Neva for this, or do you just want to hear this first?
I'd love to get Neva for this, but she seems to be preoccupied.
Cool. Well, in that case, you might want to close the door.
Good talk.
Cool. So, I have done you a great big favor. Isn't that nice of me?
Yeah. I'm just a little curious. Would you be doing the favor had you not found me outside your door?
Yeah, obviously. If you weren't there, I was going to come knock on your door. Why do you think I opened it to see if you were there? If I didn't want any possibility of you knowing about it, I would have just either not opened the door to talk to you, or I would have gone outside.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. So, me and my new best friend, your mum.
Yeah. Sounds like a bad joke.
So basically, she would very much like for me to give weekly reports on the two of you every Saturday, and she'll give me some gold. That would be what I get from it. She gets an update on you two. That's what she gets from it. And what you two get from it is you get to inform what is in these reports. So if you wanted to, I don't know, go off and do something that maybe they wouldn't approve of, but you were worried word would get back to them, and they have someone telling them, oh yeah, they were just like pulling an all-nighter in the library with me, then that's what you get. You get a little bit of a smokescreen.
Okay, but how do we know that there's not somebody already watching us?
Are you assuming that there is already someone watching you?
I generally assume that, yeah.
Yeah. So then they've got two conflicting accounts. They don't know what to believe. I will say, two gold a week is what she offered me. Personally,
yeah, she's trying to rip you off for sure.
Yeah, I thought that she'd offer like a little bit more. I'm a little bit insulted.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the situation we find ourselves in. If you didn't want to be a part of this, then you can just tell me now, and I'll think about saying no.
Oh no, I'd very much like to fuck over my mother. That'd be great.
See, this is why I thought that you would be at the door instead of Neva.
Yeah, well, she's planning to do white-collar crime or something like that. I'm not sure.
That's part of why I'm doing this. Because, frankly, you talk about doing a lot of crime, but you're not very good at it. The first thing that the two of you did was vandalism, and you got caught, like, straight away.
I mean, we weren't going out to do vandalism. We were going out to see what was inside the treehouse.
Yeah.
And then
Which
the
is like
vandalism
you weren't
was
supposed to go, right?
the vandalism was a byproduct of our curiosity.
Yeah. So just, if perhaps you were wanting a little bit of misdirection, that opportunity is now there for you.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Yeah. Let's do
So,
it.
okay. What do you think I could realistically get her up to? Because 2 gold is just
Just so you're aware of, like, 10 gold is a well-paid job per month. 10 gold would be a well-paid month. This is about 8 gold. So I know it doesn't really change how you're saying it, just so you're aware of, like, scales of
No, I know.
payment. I know, it's just so you are vaguely aware.
I was gonna say probably 8 to 10 gold.
Cool.
Because I mean, you're this close to us, so it'd be a risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if God forbid you found out, that would make it super awkward for me the next like 3 years that we live here together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wink.
Who knows? We could be murderous sisters. Yeah.
Yeah. And
So,
if when you talk to your parents, you big me up. Your sister was saying about how they think I'm a piece of shit.
mhm.
If you could big me up so that I can kind of maybe get some other opportunities,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
right? And then maybe your sister is given the company to run, and she needs someone to do that for her. I imagine that's a well-paid position with a lot of
Probably, yeah.
influence. I wouldn't be averse to doing that.
I'm not big on the business side, but sure. Yeah. I mean,
Great.
yeah. I don't want to be involved with
Also-
the company at all. But
Also, your sister was really struggling with the idea of finding a way to turn her theoretical 100 gold a month into 100 actual gold a month. Apparently, you can just go to a bank and withdraw it.
I don't think they're going to let us do that with the card. But may as well try.
Yeah, I mean, it couldn't hurt. So, I'm assuming that we're going to fill neither in on this because it doesn't make sense for one of you to.
Yeah,
and not-
I'll tell her when she cools down off of the gem heists and whatnot.
Sure. Might be better to do it sooner rather than later, so she doesn't just start buying gems that she's got nothing to do with.
Oh, well, I want to see her do it once, just so I can hold
Also-
it over a little bit.
This is the first news you've heard of there being 100 gold limit on the card. You've had absolutely no idea before this conversation.
Fair.
And on that wonderful note, we'll end up the session. I love it. You didn't even get to like going to Doug Next Dream, but I am honestly fine with that because that was so much better.
Yeah.
Just like casually
Intrigue.
having a complete crisis, like Neva just losing her mind, having an amazing argument with her dad. That was great.
I will also tell Maisie about Neva's little breakdown in the mall.
That happens like 3 times a month back home. It's fine.
It's concerning. Maybe she should be the one in therapy and not you.
Well,
Times. So,
yeah.
yes, we will end up there. So, as much as I'm sure you want to keep shitting on your parents' company, and next time, you'll get to Doug Next Stream. That's perfectly fine. It's
Yeah,
been a good
sorry.
time.
You ended us on like a cliffhanger thing last time we were playing a month ago, so we had to work it all out. This
It's fine. Perfectly fine.
You're gonna have to rename the episode because I'm sure. Well,
No, we
no,
named
you
it
probably
to the skies
cool. Okay, yeah.
or something like that. So, in the skies is what I named it. So, yeah.
Awkward wave.
There's only one thing left to do. Yeah, a little bit of an awkward wave. And but it was just things will happen next week. It's happening. Bye.